So the agenda, as I shortly described 3 slides before, is today about the Forms API, and we're going to take a look on where to find that API and how we can find the URI that we need to call that API. Then we'll continue, Robin will continue to show you how to create a Forms custom connector, or at least a glimpse at how to do that, not the whole connector, since we're a little bit limited on the time. And also show you how you can set up the authorization, also a shorter part. And then how we can use those 2 components to create, update, and delete forms dynamically from, for example, a Power App. And later, I will also show you a real quick demo on how to get those responses into Power BI, since we all know Forms is used for gathering data and information, and what is a better place to show that data and to visualize that data than Power BI.
You take over, and I think
yes.
We jump right into demo mode, right?
Exactly. So I will share my screen. Let me know if you can see something.
Yes.
Okay, awesome. I've already prepared a quick forms form. And yeah, I was not that imaginative, so I took a company car order. So I've already created here, or I've already submitted a couple of responses. We can see here there are 2 responses submitted. And the normal way to get this data is we can go here and say open Excel, and then we have that data exported. But that's something that we need to do manually. We need to go manually into this edit mode and pull the data out of forms. But we can do it also differently. So to show you how that can be done, let me go in the preview mode, and I'm going to start creating or start submitting one of these forms. So I'm going to write here my name, last name, just an employee ID, preferred manufacturer, Audi for personal reasons, automatic, and diesel, and approximate date needed. It is, let's say, towards the end of the year. And before submitting it, I'm going to select here the F12, if my keyboard will allow me. Let's try it here. More tools, developer tools. So tools, and we need to go to the network section. As we see, that has nothing been triggered yet. So by submitting this, we will see here that we have 2 or more network API calls. And if I make this a bit larger, we have here one which is called responses. If we expand that, we can see here that we have this request URL. And this is the Forms Office API, Form API, blah, blah. And we have the user's ID, and this in here is also the Forms ID, which we usually use when we do that normal when a response is submitted workflow, and \responses. So this is the URI that we need to copy. Next, I'm going to Power Automate, and I'm going to create a new workflow. You can decide if it's going to be automated or not, but in my case, just to showcase, it's going to be a manual trigger flow. I'm going to call it get forms data, and I'm going to select create. And the interesting part, which we discovered, is that to do this API call to forms, you don't need to use the send an HTTP request to you don't need to use the HTTP request connector, which is premium, but you can use the send an HTTP request request to SharePoint, which is a standard connector. And this is going to be a get method. And what we are going to use here is not the whole URI, of course, but only this part here. I'm going to delete everything else. And this is the forms.office.com. So it will complain at first, but of course I need to enter it as a custom value, otherwise it will not let me. Let me delete this part here. And now it's still going to complain, but if you click away, it will not complain anymore. And in the URI, we need to have the rest of the code of the URI. So I'm going to delete this part here, which is already in a site address. And by setting it up this way, you are now able to send an HTTP request to that forms connector. We can leave the headers and the body as it is. And I'm going to save it. And by testing, we can see, allow me now, test. You sign in first, run flow, done, and says the flow runs successfully. And what we can see here, if I close this, if I go back, we have here these 3 responses. No, 1, 2, 3. Sorry, these are the questions. We have here 3 responses. And what we can see here is that we sent an HTTP request to this URI. And by showing the raw outputs, we can see here that we have inside the body our 1, 2, 3 responses. And I wish I could make it a bit wider, but what you can see here is my latest response. I think it's this one here. Yeah, this one here, ID 3. And we have here the start date, submit date, which is when I started filling out the questions and when I submitted it. So we can do some logic there on how long that takes to answer. And we have here the responder, which is my demo account, the responder name, and the questions are unfortunately all put in one JSON string. So there is some extra work needed there to be done for you to extract those answers. But I'm not going to go into that detail now, since we are limited on time and I need to give over to Robin soon. But as you can see, it's all there, and you can then extract it by splitting that string as well. And you have some also some other information here that can be used. And this way you can pull this data at once, and then you decide what you do with that. Maybe you bring it to Power BI or to another storage system, and yeah, you save those API calls for every submission if you don't need that after every submission. That's it, first. Robin, back to you.
Yes, I'm going to take it over from here and just expand a little bit on the things Enea just showed. Because what we're now trying to do is getting other API endpoints, not just the responses endpoint. And then we're looking for the authentication, because they won't work actually with the HTTP to SharePoint request. We need to care for authentication. And then we want to get everything into a custom connector so we can handle it with Power Apps, because Enea is the Power BI guy of our duo, and I'm more into Power Apps. So we're coming, of course, he also knows Power Apps very well, but yeah, we are probably looking sometimes from 2 different angles to similar problems. So my actual use case was that I wanted to alter a form after some things occurred. So probably we have different time slots, and when someone registers for a time slot, I want this time slot to be blocked, to be gone from the form. And of course, I want to automate the process, and I don't want to do it manually. So after Enea did a video on that, I was thinking, let's take a closer look at that. What else can we do? Can we find some more of that API? So when we're now in edit mode of a form, then what we're doing here is adding the questions. Pretty easy. You all probably have done that. Again, we are hitting F12 here right now. Get everything cleared right here, and then we add a new question right here. Let's add a choice question, and then again we can look at this endpoint. This is called questions right now. Looks pretty similar to the thing Enea just showed you, but in the end here it's the questions endpoint, and the post question. We can also patch questions, and there are I will show you about 10 endpoints in a second that I gathered, like creating forms, deleting questions, creating questions, changing questions, and so on. So everything what you are doing right here in this editor, you can also do through the API. But of course, like the Microsoft we know and love, there's no documentation at all about this form. I found a little bit online on different forums that people were trying to achieve similar things like Enea and me. So we keep this URL in mind, and it's really easy to analyze. This is your tenant ID, this is your user ID, and this is the forms ID right here. Forms ID, for example, you can get it from here. Or, of course, you can get it through another API call where you read all your forms. Now let's take a closer look at a custom connector. I don't want to get into detail how we create a custom connector, but it's actually, it looks scary at first, but it's actually a really easy process if you've done it a few times. Let's go to the first at the general screen right here. So again, we are using this formsoffice.com endpoint. Authorization we'll deal with in a second. And then there are our 9 endpoints, like I just said, for creating a form, or what we just did was posting a question. And again, looking through the DevTools right here, we can also see the payload. So we are seeing what is the API sending, and it's actually not too complicated to figure everything out. It's sending an ID. You can make that up yourself. If it's a quiz, if you have worked with forms a little bit, you know there's the option to add quizzes. This is just an integer for order. And this is the interesting part. This is where we define the question itself, what kind of question. It's a choices question. And then you can put in the choices right here. And you see it's a JSON object, but escaped inside of a string. So we can work around that. And we can bring all of that. So just copy it, bring it to your custom connector, define a new endpoint with exactly that. We will make tenant ID variable, user ID variable, and the form ID variable parameters. And then we have the body, and there we just see these things right here we just looked at. The actual process of creating that is far easier. You just copy and paste an example object, just like the HTTP, just like the Power Automate parse JSON, where you put in an example object and get the whole structure out. And it will create all of these for you, and you can change some things afterwards. And then we can test this, and let's try to create a new form. Create form, and we call it why is Saarbrücken the best city in the world. And I provided my tenant ID, my user ID. I hit test operation right here. I get 201 back, means it was a success. And then we go back to our forms screen, and it just hopefully worked. I created a forms without any question at the moment through the API. So didn't do it through the forms.com here, but through the API test section in my custom connector. And yeah, now let's talk quickly, really briefly about the authorization. So you know how to set that up. We need to set up app registration in our Azure portal. And this is really similar to the Graph API. When you have ever used that inside of Power Apps or Power Automate, you know that you have to set this up right here. Also scary at first, but actually not that complicated at all. We have to talk about the permissions for a second. So like I said, Graph API is this big thing right here. And then you have this endpoint where you want to authorize you for. And the forms is a little bit more hidden. So here you find all the main ones like SharePoint, Dataverse, and so on. And Microsoft Forms is a little bit more hidden. So you go to this tab right here, and then you find Microsoft Forms. And then we see the reason why you can use the HTTP request to SharePoint for the one part that Enea showed, but you can't use it to change your forms. because these are different permission settings. So if you just want to read the responses or write new responses, this is one set of permissions. But to really change the form, this is a whole different set of permissions. So you have to grant these permissions and then use our app registration to authorize through our OAuth 2 flow, which, pretty much the same as you would authorize against for the Graph API. You will find many videos and blog posts how to set it up, or like I said, I will post our video afterwards where you can where we're going through this whole process. So let's really quickly look into the app that I built around that API. When I click Get Forms right here, then this form was added because I'm doing the API call to get all the forms that are from my personal account. And let's switch a bit, and now we can change that form through an API, through the API right here. So we want to post new question. We will add a text field, a choice question with 5 choices. We will add a rating field with hearts and a daytime field. Could of course change the names. And now let's take a quick look here. And this is everything we just created is now in the forms. It was empty a second ago. You saw that I didn't touch anything. I did it through the Power App, through my custom connector. And we can also just want to highlight this because I think it's the coolest PCF in the world. Can also change the order, click Update Order, and go back to the forms, and then the state field should move up to the top. Or the choice field, didn't know, probably. Yeah, the choice field was the thing that I moved to the top. And of course, you can also use this API to use it in Power Automate, to automate things, and just for the thing that I just said. So a user registers for one date, and afterwards you filter that option out of the choice options and update it through the API, and that choice option is gone afterwards. It's a little tedious to work with the objects you need to provide for everything, for changing questions, but it will actually work. Let me show you really quickly. We will select this, and then we will deselect these 3 options right here, patch the question, and now the options 2, 3, and 4 should be gone. And only 1 and 5 remain. Yeah, you see, with a little bit of creativity, you can probably do a lot with this API, like generating forms for each session for today, probably. If you don't want to do that manually, you could do that automatically, read out the URL with another endpoint, and then automatically send it to users. And then you could, of course, like Enea will show you in a second, bring the responses automatically back to Power BI, and let's see how that works out.
So we left it here. So we now had seen how we can get that data from Power Automate using the standard connector. And we also saw how we can do that with a little bit more work and a little bit more premium using a custom connector. So it's up to you if you decide to go that way or this way. But if you go, if you stick on the custom on the standard connector, what we can do next is we can decide where we want to bring the data. Up until now, we have been using maybe an apply to each to write this data in the SharePoint or maybe into the Dataverse table or wherever. But since we're trying now to bring all data at once, we can do something differently. And I'm going to go to edit again. And it's just a simple step, which is called create file. If I could write it right, file. And you can choose if you're going to create it in OneDrive for Business or in SharePoint. I will go with SharePoint since it's a bit easier. And I have this demo site here called Project Management and the standard documents folder. which I'm going to use. And I'm going to select that, and I'm going to write here the name of the folder, which is shared documents. And the file name will be, I've written it here somewhere, forms responses.json. Now it's important to have the ending as well, so that it gets recognized. And we want here also to have the value, which I've already prepared here. And as you can see, this is just from the body, which comes from the action above. And we have the ending question mark value, because we don't need the whole value body, but we need only the value, the part. And that's it, actually. If I select here test, manually save and test, we should end up here with a newly created file called forms responses. And it should be in a JSON format, or it can not work as of now. Did I write anything wrong? Yeah, I have a mistake. Got to put a space there. Try that again. And my flow ran successfully. So if I refresh my library, I should see here my JSON form, forms responses. If I open it, these are the responses that we have. No, that's only the body. As you can see, ID1 and ID2 and so on, ID3 somewhere. Okay, so now we have this file in our folder. And what we can do next is we can go to Power BI and say get data, more. And this will be a JSON file. Let's say connect. I'm sorry, that was wrong. That's not a JSON file, of course. A JSON file will be if I would upload it manually from my local file. This will be, of course, from SharePoint. So I'm going to write SharePoint, and I'm going to say SharePoint folder, and connect to my SharePoint site URL, which I need to grab real quick. And the site URL will be, I imagine, up until this point there. Paste that in there, select OK. It's establishing the connection, and it already found the only file which is in there. I'm going to say transform data. And that will open the Power Query, and we can see here the metadata of that file and the extension and so on. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say combine the files. And this will then evaluate the query and do all the steps for me. You can see in a second on the right-hand side to create that table based on the JSON structure, which is actually pretty easy. It takes a couple of seconds, but it should be almost done now. And what we end up, as you can see here, with all this transformation being done for us, here a couple of steps, and we have here our 3 responses that we saw also in our forms editor. Also, again, as I said, we have here this answers column, which has the answers, as you can see here at the bottom, put all together in one JSON format string. And we have here for this ID1, the answer and the question ID. Here again, answer, question ID, and so on and so forth. So what we need to do here is we need to split this up and to extract it. Keep in mind that one form ID has multiple answers normally. So if you want to keep this clean, I will suggest you extract or you create another table with this column, and where you keep, for example, the ID of the form only, and then only the answers. So that way you can create a simple model where you have the form ID and the name, and that will be having distinct values. And then you have another table with all the answers where it has multiple values with the same ID. And then you can create a simple model with a one-to-many relationship between the forms and the answers. And that way you can then continue, create a visualization in Power BI and display the data.
Welcome to the Global Power Platform Bootcamp. And today I'll be talking about RPA like how we can use or implement RPA or robotic process automation using Power Automate for a desktop. We have published a white paper in collaboration with Microsoft that you can download and see how you can do enterprise deployments for RPA using Power Automate. We also have produce some courses on Pluralsight, which explicitly talk about RPA and Power Platform. This slide I always have in the sessions I do. It doesn't matter what kind of tool or technology you are using. What really matters is what kind of problem you're trying to solve. So this is going to be the agenda. I know we have like 30 to 35 minutes, so I'll be mostly rushing through a few of the topics because I want to spend most of the time talking about RPA or Power Automate for desktop. And even though I mentioned Q&A towards the end, feel free to ask your questions in the chat window. I'm using two screens here. So either you can post your question in the chat window, or you can just use the feature raise your hand in Teams, or you can also unmute yourself. If you can do that. So let me give you like maybe a 1 minute introduction of Power Automate. Power Automate is one of the service available with Microsoft Power Platform, and we use Power Automate for automation or hyper automation. There has been tremendous momentum that Microsoft is seeing in the consumption or usage of Power Automate. That means a lot of clients or customers now are using Power Automate as compared to the previous years. And you can use Power Automate to build automation, not only with Microsoft products or services, but you can also integrate other non-Microsoft products or services, or you can also implement automation for your on-premise legacy system using custom connectors as well. So these are some of the value pillars of Power Automate, and there is a growing list of templates available. And most of these templates are available for cloud flows. And I highly recommend, like if you are totally new to Power Automate, then definitely take advantage of templates because templates will give you an overview of if there is a use case and you would like to implement automation, what are some of the actions you have to implement, and how you can go about building your business logic over there. So when Microsoft announced or launched Power Automate, initially the only capability it had was to create cloud flows. And in a minute, I will explain the difference between a cloud flow and desktop flow. But one of the components that was missing was the robotic process automation. And Microsoft launched their own product called UI Flows. Those of you who have used Power Automate in 2019 or 2020, you may have heard about that. But in 2020, they acquired a company. And with that, the name of the company was Softmotive. They got an RPA capability. And in the next 1 year, they merge the Softmotive. So now everything is available to us as part of Power Automate. And Power Automate, just like our regular cloud flows, also works on a drag and drop principles. So everything you do is drag and drop. So that falls right under low code, no code paradigm or a tool. And also, in case you had to inject any pro code business logic using, let's say, Python, PowerShell, command line, VB script, JavaScript, that functionality is also available. And there are two execution modes when it comes to creating your RPA bots using Power Automate for desktop, attended and unattended. And I will explain that in the next section. But one of the key advantage of using Power Automate for desktop for your automation is there are more than 400 actions are available, and Microsoft every now and then add the new actions as well. Just like for example, if you are familiar with SharePoint, initially there was like some out of the box action with SharePoint were missing, and in last couple of months or 3 months, Microsoft added some of the actions related to the SharePoint online, so that you can easily just do drag and drop and implement your automation over there. So when it comes to automation, Microsoft talks about, or even Gartner talks about hyper automation. So what does hyper automation mean? Hyper automation means you are implementing automation across a different system. Like those of you who are familiar with Power Automate or Microsoft Flow, uh, or cloud flows. Cloud flows falls under digital process automation, where you will be implementing automation for a service or product for which there is an API support available. Now, what does that mean? Like if you have created a flow, and let's say your flow or cloud flow starts whenever a new uh, items get uploaded to a SharePoint, then you go to your flow designer and then you add an action for that particular operation. Now, when you do add an action, that means that action is using underlying APIs that are available for share to connect to the SharePoint online infrastructure. What if you have a legacy system, and for that legacy system, there is no API support available? There are a lot of enterprises, big enterprises, and large organization which has a lot of legacy system where no the people who wrote those applications are no longer there, and or nobody wants to touch those, but those applications work just fine, and now you would like to implement automation using those legacy system. And those legacy system can be in the form of web application, Windows application, or terminal application. And that's where robotic process automation comes into the picture. So with RPA, what essentially we do is we record the steps that we need to do to use that, let's say, a legacy system or a Windows system. And then we, while recording those steps, we configure those steps inside the Power Automate for desktop. And then as part of our automation, then we can pass some variables depending on our business logic. And using the combination of digital process automation and RPA, we can use hyper automation. And since Microsoft has a variety of AI-related services. For example, AI Builder, which is part of Power Platform, Azure Cognitive Services, Azure Open AI Services. You can infuse AI without writing a custom code into your automation, and you can achieve like pretty much end-to-end holistic automation using Power Automate. So this is the main difference that you will be seeing. Like you will be using RPA or desktop flow, where you would like to implement automation where there are no API supports available. And you will be using cloud flows for the system where API supports are available. So that brings up to the question now, if I had to, in my organization, if I would like to implement an automation, now, which route shall I take? Shall I go start with a digital process automation or cloud flows, or shall I straight away go with the Power Automate for desktop or RPA? Now here, the recommendation is, even from the Microsoft, is you should always try to address any kind of automation using digital process automation or cloud flows, because that is much more reliable and much more easier to implement as compared to RPA. RPA is very, very hard, and you should be using RPA as your last option. For example, there are no APIs available, and only way I can implement automation now is using RPA tools such as Power Automate or UiPath. Plus, RPA is expensive as compared to your cloud flows or digital process automation. And if you look at the pricing, you can get the idea. And depending on where your RPA workloads are running, and most right now, the most popular way to run your RPA workload is in your own virtual machine. That means to run an RPA, you have to have your own infrastructure. You have to responsible for maintaining your infrastructure, your VMs. When you compare that with your cloud flows or digital process automation, since it's a Microsoft service, Microsoft is responsible for scaling up and down your cloud flows or making sure the latest security patches are getting updated over there. So Power Automate for desktop has a really nice UI, and it has a recorder. And if you can see on the left-hand side, you'll see there are plenty of actions are available. And the list of actions is more than 400. You don't need to remember all the name of the actions. You can just type the name of the action in the search action, and the relevant actions will get displayed over there. But as you can see, There are like multiple actions available, actions related to the file, the folder, the web, the Excel. There are like various most common scenarios are covered, but you can also, let's say if any scenario is not covered, you can also use the screen a recorder, or you can also use underlying APIs to implement that particular operation as well. You can pass input parameters and you can also pass output parameters. Now, what does that mean is, let's say I'm calling a desktop flow from a cloud flow. While making the call, I can pass the input parameters to the desktop flow. And after the execution of desktop flow, then the desktop flow will pass the output parameters to the cloud flow, which called it earlier. So you can see here, this automation start as soon as email arrives. And what we do is the first operation we have to do is we have to extract the attachments from that email. And the second most important thing we have to do is we have to extract the information from that invoice. For example, in this case, we have sent the invoice using in the form of an image. So as you can see, it's a scan image. It has invoice information. So unless you use any kind of AI service, someone has to manually open this invoice file, read the information, and then manually do the data entry in another system. So we would like to automate that entire operation. So first thing we are doing is, so here I have two options to read the information from a scan image. I can either use an AI builder, or I can use, there is another service available as part of Microsoft Azure called Azure Forms Recognizer. So in this case, I have used Azure Form Recognizer, but you can also use AI Builder as well. Both of them just work fine. In fact, AI Builder is built on the top of Azure Form Recognizer. The cost-wise, Azure Form Recognizer is much cheaper as compared to AI Builder. However, to use Azure Form Recognizer, you need to have Azure subscription. So first thing we do is we analyze the attachment. Then we extract key information from the invoices. And then once we have certain conditions here, for example, here, confidence score. So right now, since we are using AI services, we would like to make sure whatever the information we are extracting, the model that is running behind the screen for Azure Form Recognizer, or in your case, maybe AI Builder, is confident enough. So in this case, if the confidence score is more than 60%, then we would like to go ahead with the further steps. If the confidence score is low, then we don't want to do that, and we log that as a failure here. And let's say if the confidence score is good, then we are calling this desktop flow. And while calling this desktop flow, we are running in attended mode, and I will explain what exactly that means. However, while calling this desktop flow, we are passing some parameters as an input parameter. So we are passing the amount, the contact information, and the name of the vendor. And at this step, a desktop flow will start. And I see there is a question, what is the accuracy per? Okay. So Deepak, depending on what particular technology used to read, to do the OCR from your image or from your PDF, there's always going to be some kind of accuracy. And then it is really, really important that you implement some checks in terms of if like the accuracy should be above certain percentage or above point, so that you can only, after that only you are processing, going ahead with your business logic here. So now, once we call, let's say, this desktop flow here, this is how the business logic of the desktop flow here is. So first thing it does is it runs an Windows application which is on the machine, and then it manually automatically add an entry in it. And let me just quickly run it so you can see it in action. So right now we are running this desktop flow, and the desktop flow, what is doing is launching a Windows application on the machine. And then whatever the values we have passed to that desktop flow, it is actually adding those values manually in this particular Windows application. And once the values are added, it is also opening up another Excel sheet and adding entry over there. Okay, so the Excel sheet opened behind the scene, the entry got added, and once everything is done, our desktop flow ends. And now in the left-hand navigation, you see there are various options available here, like various actions are there. There are variables, there is a loop, system, workstation, there are OCR capabilities are there, and there are some actions which are not Microsoft related actions as well. For example, if you want to use AI services from Google or IBM or AWS, you can do that as well. As I mentioned, there are some actions related to the SharePoint, which are right now in preview. And when it comes to when you have to call a desktop flow, there is a dedicated action available inside the cloud flow where you run a flow built by Power Automate for desktop. And then inside that, then you have to specify the mode. So attended versus unattended. So the example I showed you just now, I ran that desktop flow in the attended mode. So one of the key difference between attended and unattended is to run a desktop flow in attended mode, I have to log into that particular machine. That Windows machine, it can be a Windows 10 or 11 VM, or it can be a Windows server as well. Whereas if I had to run any bot, RPA bot in unattended mode, there should not be, I shouldn't be logging with that account. There should not be a user session over there. And the most common scenario in the enterprise space is unattended mode. Attended mode is really good if you would like to implement use the RPA for some personal automation. For example, you just want to every day fill a timesheet based on your calendar invites. You can also do that, but most of the enterprise scenarios you will be running your bots in unattended mode, and that's where a lot of complications come. And however, while developing your automation, you will be always running or testing those in attended mode. And once you feel comfortable, then you will be converting your automation to unattended mode.
I will be talking a bit about politics and poetry. When I was first considering to talk about this topic and I was checking for a title, I asked ChatGPT and I was unhappy with the results. And then I was thinking, how should it be called? And I remembered all the different discussions I had with representatives from customer side when talking about adoption and rolling out Power Platform. And I recalled that those discussions were a lot in direction poetry, as we were talking about inspiring people, building community and keeping the community alive and communication. But on the other side, also about politics, because we talked about setting a structure, setting rules and guardrails in order to have a full transparency on what's going on in Power Platform. Therefore, in my 30 minutes presentation, we will interweave both of these topics in a conversation about what should be taken into account when launching Power Platform in your organization. And there was a saying from Charles Lamana, the Vice President of Local Power Platform and also business applications at Microsoft, that stick into my mind. He was talking about the big AI and how it will define the next decade. And he mentioned that the current time, it's a 1 in 20 years type of transformation time we are living. And we should be also very happy to be part of this transformation, because we see Power Platform not just as low-code, no-code development workflow and business intelligence tools for business users, but it eventually moved on into another maturity level, and there is a huge shift, and we can call it today a bouquet of Azure services. So we are not talking about simple ways or tools to build an application or to build a simple automation for personal use or for use in a very small range, like sharing it, for example, with 20 people, but we can actually talk in an enterprise level, and we can think big and think as for Power Platform as collection of Azure services as part of the Azure cloud, and we can think of it as a cloud platform. And thinking in this direction, of course, is the question, how challenging is it to launch such a big cloud platform in an organization? I can recall my experience with different customers, and what I can say is that adapting such a multidimensional platform in an organization that already has an established culture of adoption, culture of change management, has structure and also has a history, is a very challenging process in itself. And it becomes more and more challenging the larger the organization is. And of course, the more, let's say, old-minded and old-fashioned the culture in this organization is, and the more, let's say, also restrictive and also blocking towards change and innovation the organization is. So it's very important to take the whole all these aspects into consideration when talking about launching Power Platform in an organization. With these challenges being mentioned, the question is, how can you get started and how can you boost then such an adoption? And in my opinion, and also in my experience with different organizations of different sizes, I would say that the most important first step is to assign responsibility. Of course, it's to get started, to hit this refresh button and think on strategy and also who is going to be involved in this whole process. But the first and the most important thing, in my opinion, is to assign responsibility, to not get, for example, drawn into this analyzing and what ifs and what if this happens and what if that doesn't work. But of course, you can have this analysis phase and also thinking about it and what the outcome will be. But it's very important to take one step further and also to announce a person or a team that is going to be responsible for launching Power Platform in this organization. As in projects, for example, it's very important that you have a very well-organized team that works together, but on the other side, it's also very important to have a person that takes responsibility and answers on the outcomes and also what are the expectations from the team. This simplifies, of course, having a clear idea and also paves the way for defining a strategy. Okay, so I'm a bit curious and I'd like to understand, for example, who is sitting in the call today and also, let's say, get to know you a bit better. You have to concentrate. It's wrong answers only. I'd like to know just your opinion on Center of Excellence. What do you think? What is Center of Excellence? Wrong answers only. I don't see any reaction. Yeah, I was expecting something like this from Florian. Any other? Okay, so are you thinking or Center of Excellence is thinking, Enea? Or both? Okay, that's a good approach. Yeah, that's also a very nice answer, Deepak. Okay, so I see there is a little bit of, there are different ideas in the chat, and it's also interesting to see, for example, that Center of Excellence is, of course, very often tightly connected to governance. However, it is not just governance. And Center of Excellence is not just a set of toolboxes or like tools that you implement and you install and properly configure in order to have this full overview on what's going on in your Power Platform development. It's actually much more than that. Center of Excellence is the compound of people, tools, and processes that you establish in the whole Power Platform adoption and also growth process. Here included also governance, security, but also growth and nurture, like building the community, making sure that community lives and they also continue growing, continue learning the new feature sets coming in the whole cloud platform that Power Platform is. But of course, here a very important part of this people, tools, process triangle is communication and well-set guardrails and also well-defined best practices in forms of documentation that you can put into the hands of the people that are involved in this whole automation process with the help of Power Platform. And my aim today is to tackle these three parts and to show the importance of these three parts and also some steps that you can tackle in order to make sure that people are involved, tools are involved, and also processes are involved when considering to establish and also accelerate your adoption process of Power Platform in your organization. So let's talk a bit about people. What are the profiles of people involved in this cloud platform? Or the people that are also part of the Center of Excellence, because we said we assign responsibility, and those who have the responsibility to bring Power Platform ahead are part of the Center of Excellence team. And the profiles of the people sitting in this team are, of course, different, like the type of tasks and profiles that have to be covered in order to make sure that you have an adoption strategy that is destined for success are first and foremost Power Platform strategy team. So you want to have a strategy alignment with the organization. You want to have a strategy alignment with the people who are responsible for the adoption of Power Platform, like the ones that have the head in your organization, let's say, German saying translated bad, poorly in English. And also the ones that own the platform and also have to define goals, strategy, and also timeline in which way and when should these goals be reached. You can think of adoption in Power Platform strategy team in a bottom-up type of way. For example, you first educate your makers, you build your champions, and these champions are the ones that bring the change in your organization, or top down. For example, the sponsors, the executive team or the executive literacy, the management team, for example, defines that Power Platform is our strategy, and then it comes down in other structures in order to create an innovation-friendly culture. So in which direction you make it or in a combined way, it's of course up to you, but you need a team that has a clear strategy, that also is responsible for testing and improving the strategy depending on the development. Second part of the team are, of course, the administrators or the administrator team. This is the team that takes care of all administrative tasks. Who will be the Power Platform administrator? Like role assignment. Who will manage security and also manage licenses and users in your Azure Active Directory? Because we know Power Platform is totally tied to Azure Active Directory in terms of user and license management. Of course, further in direction, connector classification. Who will take care into defining here a strategy? What is allowed? Where is the data being shipped? In which direction? What about integration? Which data lands where? And also in direction environment strategy. We work in isolated workspaces, the so-called environments. Who is going to work where and for which purpose do we create these environments is also a part of the admin team and taking care about this strategy. And then we have the nurture team. It might sound a bit obsolete, for example, in the beginning, but it's very, very important because you want to build a community. You want, for example, to empower 7,000 people in your organization to be able to solve current problems they are facing and perhaps also go one step further and build applications for the good use of the whole department or also of the whole organization. And instead, to be able to do so, you have to create a community of people that communicate with each other and also support each other in every aspect, like when problems arise or also in sharing experiences and also new information. They are the ones that also create events that make sure that this community is not just created, but also keeps progressing and is being kept alive. Another team is the automation, acceleration, and competence team. It might be that you want, of course, to empower these 7,000 people. I take this 7,000 number into account because this is one of our latest customers when we are working in adapting Power Platform and empowering all these people to work and automate using Power Platform as automation platform. And this team is very, very important to identify, for example, these processes that are repetitive processes that can be automated and put into use for the whole organization, to define, for example, best practices that can also be used by different departments and by champions, Power Platform champions in different departments, to be there and participate when, for example, reviewing an architecture, an initial architecture. It can be developed by a specific department, but the initial architecture should be, let's say, reviewed or also created in collaboration with the competence team and the experts in this automation, acceleration, and competence team, and also support in direction, application lifecycle management, and deployment processes. The last team is the user support team. In this team, of course, it's very important to identify what type of support we are offering. Is it solution support? Like we have built something and we want to support when problems arise in the end user usage, or is it a technological support? For example, if you have questions for Power Platform for specific things that might not work out and you want to have their direct support, like who is going to support in which direction? And of course, this is then a part of the user support team, which is also tied back to the global support team that you have in your organization. And it might sound a lot if you consider, for example, to have 2-3 people per team, but to get started, you don't need to go all in. You can also get started with a small and dedicated team. For example, one Power Platform owner that has some people in the competence or acceleration team, and also some people that help to build a community, and then you grow eventually. You can also combine, for example, several roles in one person in the beginning and then expand over time. So it's all up to you. And in this slide, I have also showed a sample calendar. For example, for each team, you can create such a calendar where you define the tasks that are very important for your team, and you visualize them in such a quarterly based or monthly based, calendar, in order to make sure that you follow up on your goals and you have then tangible results. Another very important aspect is to define a delivery model. How is this related to people? It is, of course, because you want to understand, based on the way your organization is structured or the organization of your customer is structured, how are you going to roll out Power Platform? Do you build a center of excellence team, which is centralized and takes care of all the aspects that we covered in the profiles? Do you want to go one step further and make it decentralized, like you have a core central center of excellence team, but you have, of course, support in local center of excellence teams that might be defined geographically, like place, for example, in USA or in China or in Japan, and also in the Europe area? Or you want to define local center of excellence teams that are department related, for example, teams that support the personnel and HR department, or people that support, for example, innovation and acceleration and all Power Platform related topics in IT department, because of course there's a lot of potential also there in using Power Platform and automating processes. There are also other models, like you can work in a metrics model. You bring together implementation and governance experts and you form a sort of a project team, like you work cross technical and cross team in this way. Like it's also, of course, very efficient, and it's also supported and suggested to work in this direction, but you have to see which way works best in your organization. The other one is business development and operation, another approach, a holistic approach that brings together makers and operators, and they work in a virtuous loop that also has exchanges between each other. But it's very important that each team knows, for example, and has a very clear vision: what are my tasks, what are my goals, and how do I want to reach them? And here again, you don't have to hit the right decision from the beginning on. You can start with a centralized model, like starting small, define the basic tasks, develop into a model that suits the size of your company, the way your company is structured. Like, are you, for example, located just in a specific place, or you are located worldwide? And also the typology of your departments. Like, is it related to what people do, or is it just a separation based on the geography of the locations? And of course, the vision you have on Power Platform. Like, do you want to go big from the beginning on, or do you want to start small with a specific team or 2-3 small teams? And based on all these factors, you can define how to get started and then eventually move on in another delivery model, which might also be a combination of the ones we saw. Very important and very connected to people is also being able to build a community. You want to build a community of people that are positive, are open, and that support each other. You want to build a community of citizen developers, of pro developers, of pro low coders, let's say, or Power Platform developers, for example, that support each other. And of course, the first question is where? Depending on how you, of course, deal with modern workplace tasks, you can create it in Yammer or in Microsoft Teams or in another tool, depending what you're using in your organization. It's very important to create a community, to create the rules of this community. For example, where do the best practice documentations land? Where do important information like invitation to a specific event land? Where do I share the knowledge I gathered in a conference I was last week? Or where do I share information that I gathered by tinkering and working out or trying out some new features? So it's also very important to identify and also specify how the communication will look like in this channel of choice that you have created to boost community, and also the members, like who are the people participating in the community and how is the culture of communication. You want, of course, to identify champions. You want to identify the ones that are having fun in Power Platform and building the first components in Power Platform. If you don't have them, you can create, for example, a small team of champions or of experts, and then you can infuse them in different business departments where you want to instill change and instill movement in direction Power Platform. For example, you have a person who is very good in a combination Power Apps and Power Automate, and you see that there is a high need in the IT department, then you can make sure that this person collaborates and is the one that brings this fresh area, let's say, of Power Platform in this department and all these new ideas, and collaborates very tightly with the IT guys and girls and then colleagues to make sure that the champion profits from the problems they have, and they look and see if they can find solutions using Power Platform. Another important task of the community is to create events, like in-a-day events for getting started and doing the initial coaching in Power Platform, but also lunch and learn, which is a bit more informal. Let's sit together, eat something, and we talk about different things in Power Platform. It doesn't have to be a very strict and formal meeting. It can also be something which is a bit more, let's say, easy going. Hackathons are a very, very good idea. We started at Orbis with a hackathon, and it was a success, I can say. By the way, we have to do the next one. And because they bring people together, and it's a very, very fast way to bring awareness in Power Platform, because people start working with components in the platform, get to know it directly and very better better because they start doing and breaking things in the hackathon. And also this networking and getting to know each other and getting to share information is also a very important aspect of such community events. Ideathons, if you want to go a bit more easy in this direction, you don't want to build, for example, a solution at the end, but you want to just have a list of ideas that you can then later tackle with Power Platform, are also very nice type of event. But also you can come with your own, depending on what you did, for example, in other directions when you created awareness in Microsoft 365 or Dynamics. Define a team calendar, define a strategy, like what are the tasks of the team that is taking care of the community, similar to this calendar view that we saw before for the admins. Define what are the goals, and also continuous improvement and continuous strategy review. Because as we said before, especially when talking about such big platform. And about such a challenging process of adapting it in a big organization, it's very important to continuously keep the eyes open and check how is it going and what needs to be improved and in which direction should we shift in order to reach success. And the most important part in a community that has great people and that has, for example, community champions and that has people that really love what they are doing should be kept alive. Because it doesn't matter what type of people you have in the community if they are not communicating and constantly exchanging between them. Because it might get boring. I really like this GIF, and I think it really represents somebody or the people that you wanted to make them and to transform them into this huge commons, very cool idea and very cool platform. But if you don't check if you are providing the right information and if you are nourishing this community with the right events, things that really bring them further and not just spend their time, then you might consider a change and you might consider to shift the direction in order to improve the outcome. Another part of the community is who is part of this people ecosystem. Power Platform is for citizen developers, like those that build applications for their personal use, but also for wider use, for the Fusion team people that brings together professional developers and citizen developers, and also for the pro developers. Don't go into a problem hunt and say, okay, cool, let's now solve everything with Power Platform because Power Platform is the answer to everything, because it is not. And you have to not do the here I have a solution and I need to find a problem thing, like I saw when blockchain was a hype. It still is, but when it was actually a big thing everywhere, wherever you open the social media, like don't go in a problem hunt. Check if for a specific solution based on your infrastructure, Power Platform is the answer. And then don't think in technology first. Okay, this is a problem and this should be solved, for example, by department XY, because usually it's not. Usually the best solution comes when you put all these teams together, when you create a Fusion team, where you create a cross-technology team by involving people that can really bring value and can really produce the expected output. So very important, build cross-technology teams in order to avoid isolation, because if you have a team for everything and this is done based on the technology that they master, you might end up in building isolation and silos. We don't want that. We want to develop a common language where people come together when there is a problem to be solved, where everybody or people from different teams can bring value. And very important, don't enter this comparing tools loop, especially when talking about Power Platform. You have to consider that you are not comparing, for example, part of it. Power Platform comes as a whole. You cannot compare JavaScript with PowerFX because this is the wrong comparison. The proper comparison is to compare JavaScript with Microsoft Cloud Platform, because PowerFX is an extra part of the Canvas app, for example, which is highly integrated in Azure, very nicely integrated with Power Automate and also other products from Microsoft Power Platform. Tools. What tools can we use to accelerate the adoption process? My takeaway would be check what's already out there and don't reinvent the wheel. For example, you can use landing zones. This is an 8-minute Azure and Power Platform configuration setup. It is a setup where you can define who is going to build in Power Platform. You have these 5 till 6 steps you can go through, and you can say, for example, regarding data loss prevention policy, will it be a high policy definition, or will the restriction will be middle or low? You can define if the guest accounts should be creating Power Platforms in your organization. What about auditing, like who has created which app or which component in Power Platform? You can turn it on in Microsoft 365 Security and Compliance Center from the beginning on by using the landing zones configuration. You can also restrict who is going to create environments. Is it just an admin task, or is it also left free to the users? It comes also with a best practice overview in direction environment strategy, data loss prevention policy strategy, monitoring and alerting, governance and nurturing growth. You can, of course, have a look and see if it adapts to your organization or get inspired. Very important, like I would say that you can use it in every aspect of your Power Platform rollout, even if you are in the beginning or if you have already business applications in place, like Dynamics 365. The configuration is adaptable in both cases. But on the other side, also check other tools and don't have this no, not allowed, closed doors type of mindset. Because this is not what governance in Power Platform is. It is more like we define some initial setups, some things which we don't allow in our organization, but through communication and other tools, we provide ways to solve requests that citizen developers have. And to do so, you need a full transparency of what's going on in your organization. And one tool that helps you to gain this whole transparency and also to see what's going on, because you cannot govern what you can see, is the Center of Excellence Starter Kit. It's a collection of solutions that you can install, which helps you in different directions, from how many apps, how many flows, how many connectors, with which services am I communicating to, do I have apps or flows that are owned by people who left the organization? What about compliance? What happens with an app that has been shared, for example, with more than 20 people, but is not being continuously republished? All these type of things are part of the Center of Excellence Starter Kit. I suggest have a look, install, configure, and see what type of tool sets you have there. For example, there is a very fresh Power BI dashboard you can find there, which goes in direction giving you insights in direction adoption, or for example, specifically for the default environment, which is completely open to your Azure Active Directory tenant. Like, how many apps do I have with no owners, or how many apps do I have that are shared with 100 users, which are, for example, might need a mitigation plan because they are widely shared, or which are the top 5 launched apps. This is one of the dashboards that you can get if you properly install Center of Excellence Starter Kit. And these are also other type of applications that you can find there. For example, you have a model-driven application that gives you full overview of what's going on in your environment. And if you find something which is not in accordance with your best practices, you can directly notify and message, for example, or email the owners of an application. And on the right side, we see all Power BI dashboards. Also, in terms of the Developer Compliance Center, for example, if something is not working, you give the chance to the makers to go to the application and insert the information that is missing. Processes, we said we have people in place. We said we have some tools that are out there that we can use in order to gain transparency on what's going on and also build some processes. And the question is, what are these processes? We talked a bit when we saw landing zones about being able to restrict who is going to create environments. So this is the no culture. You are not allowed to do so. Only administrators can do it. And we talked also about communication and processes. And one of the processes would be to allow the makers to request an environment by giving them access to such an application. This is part of the Center of Excellence Starter Kit. It's called Environment Request Maker, where you enter the type of environment you want, how long should it be available, what is the purpose, what are the connectors you are going to use in your solution. And with another application for the administrators, you can either accept the request or just deny it. So you build a communication process. Other processes that have to be taken into consideration when talking about Power Platform security and governance are also the ones mentioned in this slide. You will get the slides, so you don't need to read each and every point listed here. Now let's regroup. I really like this word from military. We saw a lot of stuff, and let's sort of try to reorganize ourselves and have some important takeaways from this session. So how to accelerate adoption? My first tip, after defining a team or a person who is responsible and owns Power Platform, is to start small. set the baseline in direction governance and security and guardrails, start to get knowledge in direction governance, like what's needed, teach and coach yourself or your teams in order to speak the proper governance and security language in Power Platform. Consider checking landing zones and consider checking the Center of Excellence Starter Kit and also other tools from the CAT team at Microsoft. Make a first readiness assessment. Where are we in terms of security baseline? Like put some points, bullet points, and see how far you have come in this direction or what's left to do in order to properly close it. See which business areas and teams will adopt Power Platform in your organization, like who will be involved, how does your big strategy look like, who will drive this change forward, and also how you will support small teams in a solution direction or in general in Power Platform questions they might have. The second takeaway from my side is start building the community. Identify these champions, infuse them in the respective departments, create awareness by organizing these big events. For example, Hackathon is my first suggestion if you want to really get fast awareness in a small time frame. Third is try to identify, for example, problems that have an organizational impact that you can solve by using Power Platform, like these flagship applications, like these applications that might be used from everybody in your organization, and you think that Power Platform is a nice platform of choice and the most the one platform of choice that makes sense based on your infrastructure, of course. Like, don't try to solve everything with Power Platform, but identify this big one that will have a big impact, because you will then inspire people in your organization by doing and not just speaking and talking about strategies and what you would like to reach, but you have then an application in hand that people are using and they will see, okay, this is how it looks like when you build it on top of Power Platform.
So when it comes to assessing whether or not we actually need to have some form of ETL solution for the Dataverse, ETL standing for extract, transform, or load solution for Dataverse or for the Power Platform, we are quite fortunate in that there are a lot of options available on the marketplace today. And a lot of these options do quite thankfully come to us as a consequence of the long history that we've got with Dataverse as a product. So for those who don't know, Dataverse used to be known as a product known as Dynamics CRM, and a lot of the things that we do today in the Power Platform sort of sat underneath what we call the XOM framework, which has been around now for about sort of 10, 15 years, if not longer. So there's a lot of investments over the years to get us to the point in time today where we've got sort of Dataverse. So as a consequence, we've got tools such as Kingsway Soft, which remains incredibly popular. You'll tend to find that many data migration projects involving the Power Platform or Dynamics 365 will tend to involve Kingsway Soft in some shape or format. You used to have Scribe Online, which was quite a popular product, again, similar to Kingsway Soft in terms of being a third-party product. Scribe Online was acquired by Tibco a few years ago. Gradually, the product has sort of changed and evolved a bit, and now I think it's really sort of pitched really as a Tibco product as opposed to Scribe Online, but could still be an option for what you would term sort of low-code ETL that you want to build out involving Dataverse or indeed involving Dynamics 365. Microsoft have also upped their game quite a bit in this regard as well. In the Power Platform itself, we do have the ability to create what are called data flows. And what's quite nice about these data flows is that we can leverage the full capabilities of our Power Query, of our M code, in order to bring in data from different sources, shape and model that, and do all sorts of different sort of things. So potentially as an entry level offering for something maybe where we've got a very simple one-time load or maybe a background load with low complexity, this could be a good option. In my experience with working with it, sometimes there can be some little issues that come out, errors that you get and things like that. And you don't necessarily have the full control behind the scenes to do more complex manipulations or staging of data, which can sometimes be a requirement. So just keep that in mind with your Power Query. And then finally, and this is always going to be remaining the case for I think a good number of years yet. SQL Server integration services, SSIS or DTSX packages still remain fairly sort of commonplace. And indeed, if you were wanting to use Kingsway Soft, then typically you'd use that in conjunction with SSIS to do any form of data loads. The good thing about them is that you've got a nice graphical interface where you can build out the various different steps of your transformation of your data load. You do, however, need to have some dependency on things like Visual Studio, a Windows environment to build it out. And you need to think very carefully, okay, how are we going to run these packages? If it's a recurring job, something that's occurring maybe once a day, once every 2 days, then generally you're going to need to find some machine, virtual machine or local machine somewhere that's running that. And in these days, whenever I'm faced with a challenge where, you can go down the road of having of where you've got two options, one where you can do it without infrastructure, and the second option where you can do it with the infrastructure, I always go for or try and encourage people to go for the one without infrastructure, because having to manage server environments, the complexity, patching schedules, being able to log on to it, setting up firewall rules, networking, it's all just, we are Power Platform consultants. We don't really want to be focusing on all of that complexity. We want a nice, simple solution to get us what we need it to be. So in that regard, maybe our SSIS packages are maybe not quite there, and can therefore introduce some complexity. So this is in broad terms, what we've had traditionally, what we still do have today from a ETL standpoint. Without considering other solutions here, you could find yourselves potentially paying quite a bit more in terms of additional licensing fees, maybe having to compromise a bit in terms of, okay, just as an example, using data flows, but having to do really complex or difficult workarounds to get you where you need to be. Or having to invest in costly infrastructure. So none of these solutions, I don't think, really fits the bill for handling complex scenarios, being easy to run and manage. And also as well, from a developer standpoint, I like to work in DevOps quite a bit. I like to do things involving Git repositories, automation, CI, continuous deployment, continuous integration builds, things like that. These options are not going to support it. So here, with all these options here, we've got a bit of a gap in that area, and also in a few other different areas as well. So rather conveniently for today's talk, we do have a potential option. We've got a nice little tool that we refer to as Azure Data Factory. So this product's been around since about 2015. It sort of went through a bit of an awkward sort of growing up period, similar to what we saw with on the Power Platform side. You had a version 1 of Data Factory, which for all intents and purposes was a bit rubbish. Version 2 then eventually came out, and it's still the version that we use today. And this is where things really started to get serious, and you start to look at the product and go, oh, actually, this is quite nice. Maybe I could use this for some projects. So it's really designed to help meet both simple and also complex data integration needs that we may have. And these can involve not only our Power Platform or Dynamics environments, but could also involve other systems as well. So if we're doing things involving maybe, data lake stores, anything involving maybe a SQL database, anything that traditionally we may have been tempted to use an SSIS package for, then Data Factory is going to be well worth a look. And in that regard, I very much would sort of pitch it as being an SSIS killer. In the early days, there were some quite significant gaps in terms of some of the functionality areas, but these have been slowly sort of iterated and sort of filled in. And I would say very confidently now that whatever you can do within an SSIS package, you can probably also do within Data Factory as well, which is really good. But the good news is, if you are really, really wedded to your DTSX packages, you want to keep them until the end of the world, then you do have an option with Data Factory to actually migrate them into Data Factory and then manage it in a much more streamlined fashion. So instead of being in a situation where we've got a virtual machine, we've got SQL Server installed and the SSIS catalog and agent jobs and all of that guff and rubbish being installed, instead we can deploy our packages out into Data Factory, configure a schedule to run them from there, and then the platform will just handle it for us. So it really makes it quite easy and gives us really no excuse not to at least take a look at Data Factory, particularly if we have invested very heavily traditionally in our DTSX packages. So the key features, or what I would say are the key features of the product, is that, it's definitely a low-code solution designed to be very sort of familiar and very comfortable for those who have got an SIS background to basically go into and start using for the first time. So my early career, I did start out doing a lot of work with SIS packages. I started to move more and more to Data Factory, and I found that journey was very easy to do as a consequence. We can do a wide variety of different sort of tasks, whether it's sort of copying data, running procedures in our SQL Server bases, looking up data, making HTTP REST API calls, lots of flexibility on there. And also as well, from a development standpoint, all of this can be done within the cloud, similar to what we saw with what we can do with the Power Platform. And as we'll see in the demo as well, we've got some nice additional value-added options that allows us then to integrate it more nicely with our DevOps processes as well, which is really sort of nice. We've got some really great support across the entire Microsoft stack in terms of lots of different apps and services being supported for it. In addition as well, we've also got other non-Microsoft services which we can look to integrate with, so things like IBM DB2, SAP, Salesforce, HubSpot, amongst others. And if we did need to maybe tap into additional Azure-based services, then we can do this very easily and straightforwardly as well from within the actual pipelines as well. So it can fit very well alongside anything else we're doing from a Microsoft Azure standpoint. The DevOps integration is probably the thing that I like the most about this, and as we get into the demo, we'll sort of see this in action, but it makes it very easy so that you can just link everything up into either a GitHub or an Azure DevOps repo. From there, all of the configuration, all of the changes that you do to your pipelines will then be reflected in the repo, and this can then be compiled out into an Azure Resource Manager template that you can then use to deploy out to your different environments with sort of ease. So effectively, the whole pain around managing your lifecycle, managing your different deployments becomes a lot more easier as well. You also have some different flexible pricing options. Again, sorry, a slight mistake on that slide there in terms of repeated content. But effectively, what we've got with Data Factory is a pay-as-you-go type solution. So effectively, we're only going to be billed at the end of the month for what we've actually used and consumed. Rather than being in a situation where maybe we're having to have a virtual machine that's maybe on 24/7, consistently running these different things. And virtual machines, not only in terms of the monetary value, but also in the maintenance cost, this can get very expensive over time. So definitely ADF from a simplicity standpoint is really going to help you out quite considerably there. So all of this sounds good on paper, but we want to really see what it can do in action. So we've hopefully got a nice little demonstration now that we'll jump into. And we're going to, for our outline scenario, what we've got here is we've got a very legacy Dynamics CRM 2013 system. For our scenario, this is hosted still within our on-premise environment, and we want to try to start thinking about migrating this into the Power Platform for the very first time. So we've identified the objects that we want to move. It's just going to be our account and contact tables. We've also identified there's going to need to be some modifications and transformations need to be done to our data as we load it into the system. So we can see on the slide here, these are the sort of requirements that we're working towards and what we need to ensure that our solution can meet. And what we're hopefully going to demonstrate within the demonstration, and hopefully under 15 minutes, although please don't hold me to that, we'll hopefully get the entire data migration kicked off, complete, and we'll be able to see what the end result is of our work here. So in terms of the technology that we are sort of using as part of this demonstration, obviously it'd be a pretty bad demonstration of Data Factory if Data Factory wasn't involved. So this is what we've got over here. In addition as well, we're going to be showcasing some of the capabilities that we've got with our Git integration. So we've got a nice little Azure DevOps repo set up and ready to go. And also as well, Dataverse that we're going to be ultimately mapping our data into. Now, to help us with some of the transformation and the staging logic, we do use Azure storage accounts as well, as effectively as a temporary location to place some intermediary files, and then ultimately the files that we then need to convert out. And we'll sort of jump in and see in a bit more detail why that's been required. Now, when you're working with Data Factory on a day-to-day basis, as I typically do, you'll need to manage and secure your various different credentials, secrets, passwords, and things like that. So for this reason, we also bring Key Vault into the party over here. And what's really nice is that we've got some good integration with Data Factory and Key Vault. So it becomes very easily not only to grab and return values from a Key Vault into Data Factory, but again, this can all be factored in as part of our deployment pipelines to make that really easy when we deploy out ultimately. And then finally, we've got our sort of mock on-premise environment. So what we've got on here is effectively just a Microsoft Azure VM. And on here, we've got the Dynamics CRM 2013 installed onto there with a little sort of, with all of the various legacy components on there. So for those who are a bit nostalgic about SQL Server 2012 and Windows Server 2008, then this demo should hopefully make you feel a little bit at home, because what we're going to be demonstrating here as well is how this technology can fit in alongside legacy technology. Now, in most organizations, we obviously try and make sure that we're not in this situation where we're using this, but it generally will be a bit of a fact of life that we do occasionally need to enter these legacy systems and reconcile the cloud, the new shiny cloud technology, with what we've got on premise. And we can hopefully demonstrate as part of this demo that maybe ADF could be a good tool to help manage that pain point if it's something that you come across. So enough chatting, let's jump into our demonstration. And what we're going to do first of all is see what we have got set up within the cloud and also on the on-premise environment. So we've got a nice little Dataverse environment set up down here called Cloud ETL. So what we should have within this environment is just a very simple model-driven app. Nothing really to write home about in terms of what we got on here, but just a very simple model-driven app that's showing account and contact data. And as we can see at the moment, we've got absolutely no data present within this environment whatsoever. Hopefully this will change if the demo goes well. What we also have as well is what we call our on-premise environment over here. So we can see we've got a nice, lovely old Windows Server environment down here. We can see for those who, again, want to have a nice little trip down memory lane, here's all of the old deployment manager from Dynamics CRM. And we can see we've got a single organization set up in this particular environment over here. And if we were to go into SQL Server, we can see that if we were to query the environment down here, run a nice little query, we can get a feel for the type of data that we're working with down here. So it's really nothing to write home about. This is the bog standard or standard data that we would always get in the Dynamics CRM system. And this is going to be one of the data objects that we want to think about moving into our sort of cloud environment. Okay, so with that shown, then we need to think about actually getting our potential DevOps components, or sorry, not our DevOps, our ADF components deployed out into the environment. So to help for the purposes of the demonstration, what we've got here, and I'll be sharing the link to these files after today's talk, is that we've got a resource manager template with everything that we need ready to go. And all I need to do is just run a few commands and we can get this deployed out into our environment. So as you mentioned already, we can see we've got a Key Vault resource, we've got a storage account, we've got the various secret values that we're going to be storing in the Key Vault. And then we can see down here, we've got a particular resource type, Microsoft.datafactory/factories. And then the entire definition for our pipeline is basically stored in this JSON file and in a position for us to deploy out into any particular environment. Now, why would we want to store it in this fashion? Well, although it does have a bit of more complexity involved, what it does afford us is opportunities to do things like integrate it with our Git repos. We can do things like parameterization, changing different values based on the environment that we're targeting. And ultimately, we know that at any point we can just quickly redeploy our entire solution. Maybe somebody goes into our production environment, maybe does a mistake or modifies something. We know that we've got everything, our desired state, in a nice little configuration file that we can deploy out at any given time. So with that in mind, let us deploy this out now. So I'm just going to open up a PowerShell terminal down here. And because I'm super duper lazy, I'm just going to run some of the commands which have been saved within the previous session or when I was doing the demo last night. So we always want to connect to our Azure environment using connect AZ account. Let's just take a few minutes while it just runs through and finds everything. Now, fortunately, this is the target subscription that I want to deploy things out to. So all I need to do now is just run a second command. And all I'm doing here is I'm just feeding in the details about the template file, the resource group that I want to deploy it into. Then I've got a special version of my parameters file, which I have saved on my machine with all the useful things like the passwords, client ID, and other details. Now, just to show you the safe version of this, so what this allows us to do in the parameter file is, for example, store things like our URL for our Dataverse environment, client ID, client secrets, and also as well connection strings for our SQL Server database. So we can see how super fast that is, certainly a lot faster than some of my Dataverse solution deployments at the moment. So that's all succeeded. So now if we jump into our Azure portal, we should hopefully be able to see some nice things. So we go to resource groups, go to ADF demo over here, and we can see that we've got a data factory resource. There's our key vault and there's our storage account as well. In the key vault, we should see that hopefully we've got some secret values, assuming, of course, that I haven't blocked access, which I have done, and the storage account, which we're going to be using as our intermediate data store. So let's jump into Data Factory and see what we've got here then, and maybe just spend a bit of time talking through at high level what we get as part of all of this. So the home screen will show us a list of things that we can get started with in terms of maybe, ingesting data, transforming data, similar to the Maker portal, just some helping hand to basically get us to where we need to be. And then most of the fun then starts down here under the author tab, where we can see a list of all of the different pipelines, all the data sets that we're connecting to, and also as well data flows, which is what we will return to and look at in a bit more detail shortly. So what I will do, because some of these things do take a few minutes just to spin up behind the scenes, I'm just going to press this button over here just to start my data flow debug. So hopefully that'll be good to go when we run the demo in a second. So a typical pipeline would look similar to what we can see over here, where we've basically got a nice visual view of what exactly our pipeline is doing. In this case, we've got a pipeline calling additional pipelines. So we're doing a bit of pipelineception there. And on the left-hand side, we can see a list of all of the various different activities that we can drop onto a particular pipeline. And we can see we've got quite a lot to get our teeth into here. Everything from just simply copying data from one source to the other, through to more complex things like maybe deleting files, running some stored procedures, doing some validation, integrating with machine learning capability, doing some Power Query code. Lots of nice little options that we've got over here. So we'll return back to this in a short while when we actually run off the pipeline. Actually, no, what I will do is that I will actually start the pipeline now, because we did promise a 15-minute data migration. So let's make good use of the time, and I'll just run this now in the background, and we'll dive in a few minutes and just see exactly what these are doing. So under monitor down here, we've got some nice rich tools that allow us to see any previous sort of runs that we've executed. So if we need to go in and quickly debug a problem, we can do so with ease. So over here, we can see some of the runs that I did yesterday. So some failures, and obviously the run to make sure that today's demo works. Of course, that's not a firm guarantee. So let's just see what happens. But hopefully we should all be good, and we can maybe go in and inspect and see, okay, we've got an error here about maybe, an invalid data type for one of our attributes. So very quick and easy to see where the problem is and maybe take the appropriate steps to resolve. Then under manage down here, we can see all the various different services that we can connect to. So in our demos today, we can see we've got Key Vault, Blob Storage, SQL Server, and then Dataverse. If we were to click on the new button, we can then get a bit of an appreciation of the various different data sources which we have available to us down here. So we can see quite a lot of different options that we can throw, that we can get our teeth into. Many of our Microsoft ones, some external ones, lots of different Azure-based services. These can be added and configured very quickly into this view over here. Now, we also have something called an integration runtime that we set up down here. So the integration runtime effectively is the tool that manages and runs all of our pipeline activities for us. Now, by default, Microsoft provides us with an automatic or an automatically Microsoft hosted runtime that we can just use to run any pipelines. Typically, this will only be suitable if we're connecting from one cloud source to the other. So for situations where maybe we need to start to bring in on-premise data sources, this is where we need to turn to the self-hosted integration runtime. And we can see down here that we've got one installed and set up within the environment. And if we were to return back to our virtual machine over here, what we will be able to notice if we go down to the taskbar down here is we've got a little icon down here called for the integration runtime. So this is quite similar to the on-premise data gateway on the Power Platform side. In fact, I think somebody from Microsoft once told me that effectively the code base is pretty much nearly identical in terms of what it's doing. So effectively what it provides is this nice secure tunnel that we can install within our on-premise environments that then allows for connectivity between our local network and the cloud service. So in this scenario, what this is allowing us to do is connect our SQL Server database on-premise to Data Factory so we can then grab the data that exists within that database. And what's quite nice about this application is that we can see that although it's a fairly modern app, it's being constantly updated by Microsoft at the moment. We can install it very easily on this Windows Server 2008 environment. So you don't necessarily need to be on the latest operating systems, or if we are in a situation where we're using legacy environments that maybe are on an extended support agreement, then this should sit and work very nicely within this. So with this service live, it's able to connect to and access the SQL Server database in pretty much the same way that we could do if it was an Azure-based one. All we would do is just select make sure it's been configured to the environment. Then for our link services down here, we've got an option for SQL Server. And we can see there's all the relevant details down here. If I do a quick test connection there, that should hopefully return all green. It can sometimes take a little bit longer because it's having to route the connection a few different sort of places, but we can see connection's all good from that standpoint, and we should be in a good place from a pipeline standpoint. Now, I mentioned that we've got the ability of being able to integrate with our DevOps repos. So in order to do this, what we can do is go into the tools or manage settings down here, and we can see we've got an option here for Git configuration. So this is an option that is available when we first create the data factory. So we can actually, get the data factory created in the correct way for the first time. But any time after the fact, we can just go into this option down here, and we can start to get this hooked up into a DevOps environment. So I'm just going to select a few details down here. And then I'm going to find a DevOps project that I created a little bit earlier today, Cloud ETL Global Power Platform Bootcamp. So just want to select all the details down here. So I'm just going to say, okay, main is my collaboration branch. I can configure different settings like root folders, whether I want to import the existing resources into the repo, and so on and so forth. And then when I'm ready to go, I can then just click on the apply button here like so. Then after a few minutes, if I was to move into my DevOps environment, I can see that it's now just been automatically populated with everything that we've got within the data factory resource. So all of the various different data sets, all the information about our different integration runtimes, link services, all of this is ultimately, from a data factory standpoint, stored within JSON objects, and therefore can be then stored in our repo. And if we were to go in and make any amends to this, we can observe that these amends will take place in effect in real time. So as an example, if I was to go into my maybe my link services over here, or actually no, maybe, well, the pipeline's run, so this should be safe to do. So let's just rename this over here. So maybe just call this test as an example. Save that very quickly. Then if we go back to here, we can see that that's come through pretty much straight away. So as we're making these changes, as we've got maybe ourselves or maybe other developers going in and modifying the pipeline, this is all being reflected in DevOps, and we get a really nice version history tracked as part of that. So we can see exactly who did what, roll back if we need to, maybe have a conversation with somebody if maybe something isn't quite working as expected, so that and so much more as well. So I'll just revert that back to how it was before. Press OK, and we should be good to maybe resave that. So the pipeline is finished running over here. So that's actually taken, 5 minutes in this case. So we can maybe say we've done a 5-minute data migration, in which case, but let's actually just spend a bit of time just seeing what exactly has gone on here before we see the end results in our Dataverse environment. So first things first, what we are doing is we are going down into our on-premise SQL environment, and we're running effectively that same query that we ran slightly earlier just to get the data out. And then what we do then is we map this into a CSV file that's going to be sitting within our storage account. And with the copy data task, what we can do very nicely is just select our source, select our sink or destination, and then configure the appropriate mappings in terms of where we want those different attributes to go. The end result of this is that when we jump into our storage account, it may have automatically tied this up for us. What we can see down here is that we've got various different containers, and under the account one, this is where the file will then be saved for us to then, as an intermediary step, for us to then transform it further. So the reason why we effectively just do an initial load from the SQL into the blob environment is so that this next step can then work with the file, transform it, and then persist that so it can then be moved into Dataverse. So what we have here is some functionality known as data flows. So when I first started to work with this, I was really enamored with it, because what we see on here is a lot of the type of things which, if you're coming from an SSIS background, this looks exactly familiar and exactly what I would expect. So for example, you've got things like being able to do joins and unions. You can do things like derive column transformations, pivot data, you can select data, stringify, filter data, do all sorts of different transformations. So effectively what this is doing behind the scenes, it's running some complex I think it's using Databricks or some complex infrastructure behind the scenes to apply on these different transformations. And before this functionality was introduced, you would have had to have gone out into Databricks, create a notebook and write a whole bunch of Python code to be able to do this, which Python's pretty easy, but it's not something that we can reasonably expect most people to actually know about or get to grips with. So for this reason, this was a real godsend when it first arrived. So what we can do on here is we can take that initial staging file that we've loaded into our storage account. Then in this case, what we're doing is we're then doing the appropriate transformations to our data. So we can see down here, we're adding on a new column. And what's very nice about this is that we've got an expression-based language, again, very similar to SSIS, where we can start to do these more complex logical evaluations. So if you recall from our slide earlier, we wanted to do some transformations to the name of the account based on the number of employees that work there, and effectively just append on something to the string value based on whether it's over or under a certain value there. So we can see we can write a very nice succinct formula there that does that transformation for us, creates that additional column. Then the end result of that will then be to then generate that out into a new CSV file in our storage account. And if we were to look at the contact transformation, we can see we've got similar things going on down here. So in this case, all we're doing in this case is we're just appending on some additional fields for our different marketing preferences. So whether we're using formulas, whether we're just using static data, we can very easily map out to different and simple complex data types. And also do more advanced things, filter the data, sort it, join different data sources together. This stuff is really, really, really nice to work with. The only thing just to keep in mind is that compared to our normal data factory pipelines, there can be some additional cost that emerges when using this. So at the moment, because I've got the Dataflow debug on, I should notice that probably today that my Azure billing will go up ever so slightly, because I'm having to pay for the compute power behind the scenes to run all of this. So it's worth just checking out the pricing calculator. It's worth just making sure that you're not going to be breaking the bank in terms of the consumption that you do use. What I would say though is that yes, okay, maybe a bit more expensive than what you used to, but either way, you're going to be paying for time or money depending on what solution you go for. And what I mean by that is that okay, any solution involving physical infrastructure, hardware that you're having to maintain will have a time cost in the organization. So it's really important that you sort of compare each solution on their own individual merits, and make sure that you're thinking about the solution that's going to be the most easiest for you to maintain, even if there is a bit of a cost premium associated with that. So we do some nice transformations, and then we can then do a final step over here where we then get this transformed file moved across into the Dataverse environment. And as part of this, we can do some nice things like working with wildcard file paths. So we can effectively just grab any file. So in this case, when we're first, or if we go back to the account transform, what we're doing is effectively naming the file in a very specific way using sort of today's date. So what we can do as part of subsequent steps is then use wildcard filters to then select that regardless of the file name. And then from there, it's then just a simple task of using the built-in Dataverse connector, and we can then just map all of those attributes very nice and cleanly across into the Dataverse environment. There's a final step. We can then just clean up all the files in there and just make sure that our our storage account environment is really nice and squeaky clean from that standpoint. So the end result is, if we go back to our model-driven app and hit the refresh button, we can see we've been able to load quite a lot of different record data into here. So just under 4,000 account records, and also as well 5,000 contacts for that. And if we were to go in and inspect some of these in a bit more detail, we can see that, yep, our account level transformations appear to be working as expected. We can see it's appended on the appropriate value based on the number of employees. And all of our attributes as well seem to be looking to map across very nice and easily, which is quite nice. And likewise for our account data sets, we can go into here. We can also see that if we go on to our details and our marketing preferences, we can see these have been set to the desired settings that we want, as well as also grabbing the information that we want from the system. In this case, the owner of these records is the service account that we're using to create the records. But what you can do potentially to get around this is that you have attributes at the Dataverse level that you can map to instead to effectively override that. So you've got override created on, override modified by, modified on. You can basically feed in your own values as well. So this often comes up as a common requirement in projects. If you're moving from an old CRM to a new one, you want to maintain the ownerships of the records. So doing that, you can effectively get around that. And in terms of performance, we can see it's done a pretty good job and been able to load all that data in fairly fast. Ultimately, you will be potentially constrained by the platform itself in terms of okay, if you're for example trying to load 10 million records in 30 minutes against Dataverse, that's not going to happen in a nice way, simply because you've got the service protection limits. You've got the various different API throttling in place that will prevent you from doing that. But provided that you are aware and you can work around some of the patterns or some of the restrictions there, you should be able to load in data very quickly and effectively. There was a rumor from going back for a few years that if you open a ticket with Microsoft and you're doing a one-off data migration of many different records, then they can, in some instances, temporarily relax some of the throttling and some of the API restrictions as a one-off. I'm not too, it's been a while since I've heard of people doing that. So yeah, just approach that at your own risk. But yeah, we can see our solution seems to work pretty well. We're able to not only very quickly migrate data into different environments, but we can sit very nicely alongside any sort of internal processes we have or requirements that we have when it comes to DevOps and other tools. We can design and build these tools very easily. It's a very nice, simple drag and drop editor. And if we need to do recurring jobs as well, then we also have the ability to be able to set up these schedules and triggers very nice and easily. So as an example, I go to create trigger down here, and I can do anything from maybe running a pipeline every minute, through to maybe running it once a month or on maybe specific days down here. Lots of flexibility, lots of nice options on here. And again, when I create the trigger, that's then going to be saved in DevOps in our Git repo and can then be factored in as part of our wider ALM process if we wanted to be, if indeed we wanted to do that. So a very capable tool. I do have a bit of a soft spot for it. I do try and use it as a first preference as much as possible. Certainly really will help you out when it comes to, anything approaching more complex or frequent migrations or transformations. So, a couple of things then before we think about wrapping up, maybe hand over to questions. So just a couple of gotchas just to keep in mind. So as we mentioned, you do need to bear in mind the Dataverse platform level restrictions when it comes to API limits and throttling and things like that. You can only as well run up to 2 concurrent pipelines targeting Dataverse at once. So if you are going or having a lot of fun when it comes to pipelines and running more than that, then there's a good chance you may get errors. So just keep that in mind. One major gap that you've got on here, and this is something that actually data flows can do pretty nicely if you configure it nicely, is handling deletions and also making sure that we've got records synchronized with our source database compared to, for example, Dataverse. You've got no option or ability to be able to delete data easily within Data Factory. It's really just create and upsert scenarios that are supported only. There is potentially ways in which you could meet that requirement, but it's going to require a bit of hard work and a bit of effort to get you over the line there. You may need to think very carefully in terms of, okay, you're making sure that you define everything correctly, everything from your schemas right through to the mappings that we saw before, making sure that your data types match one for one. Data Factory can quite rightly be very fussy when it comes to incorrect data types, so make sure you spend some time understanding that. And yeah, I mean, as I said earlier, I've had experience with SSIS. It's what I started out with. I didn't find it too much of a learning curve to jump into this for the first time, but certainly, for those who have maybe been used to working with different tools for long periods, approaching this for the very first time, there could be a challenge there. And certainly, the likes of your citizen developers in the world, this is going to be maybe a bit beyond their expertise level to get to grips with. But certainly would say that this is it's a good investment. This is where Microsoft are focusing their attention from a development and from an investment standpoint. So you very much will be backing the right horse by going down this route by looking at Data Factory. So in conclusion, Data Factory, it's been around for a while. It's a topic that I do come back to in terms of these talks very sort of often. And I very much would say it's a mature and a stable solution. So anything where you've got more challenging ETL requirements or data integration needs is definitely worth looking at. And I think the main value and benefit for me is that DevOps integration. Certainly, I've in the past tried to do DevOps with SSIS packages. It's always been a very, very difficult, hard task to get that working in a nice, seamless way. With Data Factory, a lot of the hard work is handled for you and it becomes a lot easier. So if you're looking to achieve that, looking to have full end-to-end automation, then DevOps is going to give you that a lot easily. And certainly if you play your cards right, if you construct these pipelines very carefully, schedule them only when you need them at the right date and time, then certainly it can be a very cost-efficient option as well. Because again, in this mode, you're only just paying for what you use. You don't have to pay for any standby time, any cost for a virtual machine sitting idle. It can be potentially very cost economical if you structure everything correctly. So I appreciate that in 20-30 minutes, there's a lot to take in over here. So everything that you saw today in terms of the samples, the scripts, the things that I showed you in Visual Studio Code, all of this is available on my GitHub repository. So please do feel free to scan this QR code over here. Check out the samples, play about with them as much as possible. If you do find yourself having any problems or issues with them, then just raise an issue on the repository or just reach out to me. I can do my best to try and help you get around that and get it working for you.
So quickly, we'll go through the agenda. I will talk a little bit about formula, how to use the ZGS icon, responsive design, app 10, Power Apps, instance flow template, recipe action setting best practices, how to get a collection out of a flow, how to do a patch error management, some link leaking, and we have a ChatGPT integration to show you at the end. So to start right away. So I don't know if you know about this name formula. It's a new experience feature that you can enable on Power Apps. Actually, it's a little bit different of what the global variable are, meaning that you the value is always available, it's always up to date, the definition is immutable, and the calculation can be deferred. It's really helpful if you need some variables that rely on the context of your application. So actually, to enable this, you just need to go on the Setting, Upcoming Feature, Experimental tab, Name Formula, you turn it on. And then you will see on the property of the app, when you have restarted the app, that you have a new property called Formula, and this is where you can define and declare your different property. So quickly here to show you a little demo, we'll go here. So we have a dedicated application for all the demo we are doing today. You will be able to download it at the end of the presentation. I will share a link with you. So for the formula, for instance, you have here variables that you set on the onStart, and here one which is based on the formula. Actually, if I'm changing the value, meaning my formula color is equal my color value, you see it's actually happening in real time. While the global variables that you set on the onStart, you need to click on the button to actually set it so it takes the value. So actually you can use it, for instance, if you have a toolbar and depending on the fact you are displaying a record or not, to display the edit button in the toolbar or not based on the current value of the record. So it's really useful.
It's also one word for the formula. No, they are really important also for performance because the formula is computed and calculated only when it's needed. So if you have it used in a second screen, only when you load that screen, the formula will be calculated. So it will save you a lot of performance for your app.
Going to SVG as icon. So most of the time, actually, people are uploading image to use as icon. Thing is first, if you change the theme of your application, then you will need to edit the image and upload it back in the media library. And also, sometimes you are using the same icon with different background, and you need to have different foreground color. So, I mean, basically, you will duplicate the image. Instead of this, what you can do is to use SVG as icon. Actually, here, SVG as icon. SVG can be translated as a data URI. I have shared here a link. You will have reference where you can find different icons that are mentioned as SVG, or how, if you have an SVG, to encode this. The idea is it take anyway a color here, which is in this case white, and then basically you are just able to replace it, saying my image, it equal a substitute my SVG text. You're looking for the default color and you set your color. So for instance, I've got my SVG here. I can, on demand, change the color of my icon. So it's really useful when you want to use the same icon multiple times in your application, but with different background color. And it's preferable to load it on the media library. Responsive design. Okay. So big topic, this one. So first, what you will need to do to ensure to be able to make a responsive design is to go on the display settings, turn off the scale to fit, turn off the lock aspect ratio, and turn off the lock orientation because you will manage it manually. Now, the key to implement responsive design is to use container. And actually, whenever you envision an application, how it will be layout, think about container. For instance, you have a zone header, then you will have a body zone or main zone. Within this zone, you will have 1, 2, 3, 4 columns, how you want to place it. And then you, for instance, have a zone footer. Here, always think to use container and group, and do not use group. I mean, if you have to group some control that will behave the same way on a specific layout, use the container instead of grouping the control. Always position the container relatively to each other as the control, and avoid using the controller name in reference. Always prefer the use of parent and self. Then you will just play with the property with height, X and Y. I got a little quiz, but actually it will be difficult online to do it. Here, like for instance, I have this zone colon 2, which is positioned here. I want to relatively to fill half of the width of the main zone, and what should be then my value? So it's quite simple. You set the I to zone colon 2 to the parent I, which is the zone main. The width is actually the parent width minus self.x, my position of zone colon 2. My x is my parent width divided by 2, and my y is 0. So here, actually, whatever will be the screen size, it will always be half of the width of your screen and will take the whole width of the main zone. So actually, with this kind of behavior, you can manage different layout on different devices. For instance, you can have on a browser left to right the different zone in your main body. But if you want to display it on a mobile, it will be a top-down display. So what you need is to be also able to detect the screen size and the orientation, and then repositioning the zone accordingly. Here is the key formula that we are always using actually to detect if we are on a mobile or on a browser, and if we are on a mobile, if we are on a vertical or horizontal display. Let's quickly have a short demo here where we make a mock-up. So the detect mobile, actually it's quite easy. You see here I'm on a laptop. If I switch to responsive design, you see now I'm on a mobile. So we'll go to the responsive design. So you see basically I have created, simulated like a man, a header, a body, and a column 1, 2, 3, which are the left to right here, and a footer. Actually, if I switch to mobile, you see it's going already top down. I didn't do anything except defining correctly the X, the Y, the width, and the height. So I will not go too much into detail here. Anyway, you will have access to this app. You are able also to see how we are positioning the different zone regarding to each other. And this will help you, but actually it's quite simple to make application responsive. Always think of using containers and always think of positioning control relatively to each other, and prefer the use of parent and self keyword. So we are doing quite good. Yeah. Second, simplify branding with stem template. Actually, the default, let's say, when you want to have a consistent branding within your application, one of the first approach is to create a dummy screen and then to place all the type of control you want, like a button, a label, a slider, and define here the different property, like the fill, the color, the border width, and so on. And then you basically copy this control into the screen where you want to implement it. So you have the same look and feel around your application. But actually, I mean, this is really unsustainable. Imagine you have one update to do, you have to go through each of the control to replicate it. Actually, now with the search and replace functionality, it's a little bit easier, but I mean, it's still a lot of work. And anyway, if you add directly a new control, you won't replicate your theme layout. Another option is actually to use variables. So you go on the app on start and you set a variable like primary color fill and you set it to a specific value. And then each of your control, you use this primary value to set it. I mean, it's a little bit better, but actually you still have a risk of residual property here, and it's taking some time. What you can do instead is to define a full theme in your app on start with a color, primary background color, and to have also property by default set up by the theme. And this actually you are able to do it using a template application that you will need to edit. So it's really easy because in this case, even if you add a new control, it will inherit automatically your theme. And if you change a theme, it will be applied. So let's do a quick demo here. App theme, it's here. So here we have In Proxaware, we have our custom, let's say, template application. The idea is to edit the MS app and to define all the different default behavior for all the components in the Canva apps. Then you are able to publish it, and we are relating it to specific global variable on the app on start. So I will show you here quickly. I will go to our app designer. Yeah. So you see here I have a theme, primary color, secondary color, other color. So I will start to choose different color. Like I will take this blue, okay, here. And here I will take a light blue, something. Up. Here. So actually you can see that here already I can view the outcome, how it's rendering. And I have it for all the different control I can have. It's also generating here the theme, so it's updating here this part, and I just have to copy paste this into my app on start to apply this theme to my whole application. So here, this link, I put it for the demo. It won't be accessible to you when you will be able to download the package. But you have here different YouTube video. I recommend also this one, Simplify Your Power Apps Branding with a theme template, which really explain how to do it. There is another option, which is to use the COA Starter Kit theming solution. But actually, it will require for you to activate the code component on your environment. I know that some of our customers prevent the use of code component. So this is a preferable approach to use the theme template here. Instant flow template. I will go through this. Often, when you are using instant flow in your Power Apps, actually you have some issue because if an error occurs in your flow, you don't receive the feedback. If you modify the output of your flow, like for instance, you are sending back a record and for some reason there is a new field or new property in this record, actually what will happen, it will mean that if you update your flow, then you will need to go to Power App to remove the flow from Power App and to re-add it again. And actually, what you will do also, it's implementing custom tests on the output of your flow to ensure it succeeds or not. So what we did in our case is to define a default template where we have a succeed, error message, and result variable that is always sent back to Power Apps. So in this case, what we do, we just read the flow output. You can see it here, my flow output, my flow run. And if my flow succeed equal no, this means that I've got an issue. Then I will check for the error message variable and notify it. And if it's not, actually, I can do whatever I want with the result. And I will show you a detailed example after. But it's quite simple. We just here, as a template for instant flow, we have always those three variables: result, succeed, error message. And we are sending this back to Power Apps. And in the middle, what we are doing, we are defining if it succeeds, we are catching error message, and we are defining the result. Also, what we have seen, we are seeing often, is whenever you are making a REST API call in your flow, you need to define the settings of the duration and the retry policy. It happens often that for some reason, the REST API fail, or you don't have the proper information or expecting another information. And what will happen if you don't set this is that it could last for several minutes. And if the retry policy is set to default, actually it will reoccur 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times before failing. So imagine you have a button in your app that is triggering an instant flow. And actually what will happen is that if there is an issue, the end user could wait for 20 minutes before getting the outcome. So always go on any action, can be a get item from SharePoint, can be a get event from Outlook, can be a HTTP action. Whenever you have a REST API call action, always set the duration. So here, for instance, PT10S is for 10 seconds. You can lower it to 5 seconds or increase it. And then always set the retry policy to none, except if you have a particular reason to do it. So in this case, if the flow is failing, if this action is failing, I will be notified right away and I won't have to wait for the answer. So now I will show you the flow to collection. Here, also one of the, let's say, the main issues that we have. If you are using instant flow with Power Apps, you know that you have a Power Apps trigger and you have a response to Power Apps. Those are standard triggers and response that does not require any premium license. But if you want to send back a data set, actually, you are not able with a response to Power Apps because it only takes simple data type like string, numbers, Boolean, dates, but it cannot send back a record or a list of record. So here we have a way to do it, and I will show it to you right away. But keep in mind, this is done to retrieve filter data. Like if you have a SharePoint list that has a huge number of items, but actually you just want to retrieve a subset of those items. Basically, you won't use a connection in Power Apps because you are filtering only once you have retrieved the item. What you need to do is to use a flow that will make a REST API call with a filter condition to only retrieve a subset of the data that you want. Let's go to the demo. Oops. So here I just created a flow that is making a REST API call. So you see actually here how it's for. I mean, we do have the result succeed and error message, and I do have here my result. Here, what is happening? I'm basically making a REST API call to the New York time to get some top stories. First, I want to show you that on the setting here, you see I have limited to 5 seconds the duration and the retry policy to none. So here I'm just making a REST API call. What I'm doing is I'm making some error management also. So in case this action is failing, actually I will set my REST here to no, and actually I will retrieve my my error message from this action. Now, if everything is working fine, actually I will pass the outcome of this action as a JSON. So basically what we are doing, we are just running it a first time. We get the JSON return and we use it to generate the sample. One thing also, one tips that you can use is by default, like a property, it will return a simple type like a string, a number. But sometimes you may have records that return null. And in this case, if it's not part of the schema, it will fail. So usually what we do on the type, we take the default one and we add the null one. So we are safe in case of null values that are returned. So just passing here as a JSON the return of my action. And then basically I'm using a select statement with the body of my JSON and I'm creating my record set. I'm creating a title that will be the item title, abstract the abstract, multimedia the multimedia, URL the URL. And here basically I'm creating these record sets which will have title, abstract, multimedia, and URL. And when I'm done, I'm setting my result. Let's see how we are consuming from the Power App here. So here actually I will have a JSON, let's say, string that will be returned. What I need to do here is to create a collection, and you have it here. So I'm creating a collection top story, and for all table parse JSON, my flow output result, actually I will do a mapping. My mapping will be title, will be text this record.value.title, abstract this record.value.abstract, URL this record.value.url. I created a custom one field which is active. Basically, I will check that this record.value.url is greater than 0. In case it's inactive, I won't display it. And multimedia is actually another array in my JSON object. So for all item in this multimedia, I'm getting the URL and the format. And here, basically, I can just click on get my user story, top story, and I can integrate it as a collection directly in my application. If I click here, I will be able, you see, to go to the New York Times. So, I mean, this approach, first, I don't know if you notify, but we have a wet dialog. So it's a good practice also to have a wet dialog whenever you have a long-running process. Can be patching a database or can be running a flow, but it tells the user that something is happening. And also with the fact that we are implementing some kind of error management within the flow, and we are setting the proper setting on the REST API action, we ensure that it won't last too long and that we will return something. And in case of successful, we will be able to display it. So I have a similar one here, but in this case, actually, I give a wrong API key. So if I click here, same flow, you see, I'm getting notified that actually I failed to get the top story for the reason invalid API key. Next, patch error management. Also, we often see that developers are just using patch to update or to create record against a table or a collection, and they are not really checking if the patch succeeds or not. So if you want to improve your data integrity, enhance the user experience, make troubleshooting easier, and improve your performance and your compliance, this is a good practice to make the patch error management. Here, patch error. Here it is. So actually, it's quite simple. Huh? You are doing a patch here. So here in this case, it's we are using the default. So it's to create something. You are providing your records. What you just need to do is to check that the error.contact is not empty. If it's not empty, this means there is an error. So actually, you can use the error contact, and you will have all the column names that will appear here. So you are able to concatenate all the column and the rated message. And you just notify it to the user. If there is no error, meaning that everything runs fine, here actually we just say that we succeed, and we are setting a global variable to the latest contact created. So to give you an example here, I will create Marco, Sposito, and Sposito. IT, and here I will say is 17. Despite the fact that here it says it should be between 18 and 64. I click on create, and you see that actually, I mean, it told me that the value must be between 18 and 64, and I got the same error message. So here, if I put like his real age, 21, I click on create.
This is not my real age, but it's fine.
Yeah. And you see, it has been created here, and I can see. And I do have the message appearing correctly. So, I mean, it's quite easy to implement. It's not difficult. And I mean, it really improves the user experience. And you can also enable error logging to know what is happening in the application. Deep linking. So deep linking basically is the capacity for you to share a link to your application, and when the user will open the link, to be redirected to a particular screen within your application or showing a particular records. I mean, it really improves the user experience and enhance app usage. It's the sharing capability. And I mean, you can really customize your user journey and also provide better analytics. So one of the difficulty here, I will show it to you. I mean, if you're working on the default environment and work updating directly your apps in production, it's not a big issue because you know what is the URL of your app. You see, in my case here, it's I got my environment GUID and then I've got my app GUID. But actually, if you are working with solution and deploying multiple environments, then the environment ID will vary regarding the targeted deploy environment, and the app GUID will also vary. So first, to implement a deep linking, you need to have a pattern where you will say, okay, this is where I should have my environment GUID, my app GUID, and then I'm creating a query string to identify. So in my case, I use the parameter screen, and then I'm getting a value. And what I'm doing is on my app on start here, I will implement this switch, getting the parameter screen. If it's 1, I know I got to go to deep linking. If it's 2, I know I got to go to ChatGPT. The difficult part is to retrieve dynamically the environment ID and the app ID. So actually, we have created 2 flows that is part of the solution that you will be able to download that is retrieving on demand the environment ID and the app ID. So now I have my 2 information available. You can do this once on the app on start, for instance. You can do it also, you can save it or persist it in a table, in a SharePoint list or whatever. So next time you load the application, you don't have to call the flow again. And you see it's creating this URL here. And this URL, I can share it by email. Like when you have a notification mail to say, oh, look, your request has been approved. Click here to see it. So here I will click here and you will see that actually it will open my application, Power Platform, and I'm directly redirecting to the deep linking. If I put 2 here, I should be redirected to the ChatGPT. Yeah, it's the ChatGPT page. So very simple to implement. Now you also have the capability to not depend on the environment ID and app ID, and you don't have to hard code it in your application. You can use those 2 flows. Integration with ChatGPT. So it's a big trend, ChatGPT. Well, actually, it's really easy to implement. There is also a trick to scope the result to limit it to a particular topics. And actually, it's available on the demo app. You will have the full component plus the REST API, the flow to call ChatGPT. Just a few notes on it. As ChatGPT is keeping context throughout the question, this chatbot is not. Okay, every question is not related to the context of the previous question. Also, there is some token limits here. Each of the question is limited to 4,000 tokens. So token is basically the number of words you are asked in your question plus the number of words in your answer. So the trick to scope the result is here. I show it here. Oops, sorry. Is to set actually some limitation within your question. So here actually in my bot, what I did please provide an answer to the below question, included topics only related to Power Platform or Power Automate or Power Apps or Power Page or Virtual Agent or Power BI without making reference to those conditions. And then I pass my question. And this is actually limiting the scope. So when I say give the formula to filter a table of students that must have passed their 3 last exam, I'm not talking about Excel. I'm not talking about SQL. I'm talking about Power Apps. So quick demo on this also. So here I have put some setup on how to integrate ChatGPT. So you have to sign up to get an open API key. You create the flow in Power Automate. Actually, you will have it by default. You need to add the HTTP action to your flow. And basically, here you are defining the different part of your HTTP call. And then you just retrieve the HTTP outcome with this body HTTP choice 0.text. Here you have 2 YouTube videos from Samuel Bélanger and Zadorani very explicit to do it. Here is a link to ChatGPT to know what are tokens and how they are counted on. And here is a way to request your Open API. So let's go to the ChatGPT. And I have some, I guess, yes, it's here. So like, give me the formula here. So I'm just asking a question, and you see it's providing me the answer, like filter attendee, level of expertise, expert. I can also ask him something more complex. Like I'm asking him to give me a YAML to build a DevOps pipeline, and actually he's able to provide it to me. One of the things also you could do with this flow is actually, before querying ChatGPT, is to be able to query other source. Like if you have classified some of your SharePoint list or some documents, you could actually use and request query against those source of information to provide it to your end user. But in case you don't find it, actually you could use ChatGPT. So it's a good, let's say, example of how to create a chatbot for Power Platform support within your organization, where you will first query your own source of knowledge. And if you don't find an answer, then you can query ChatGPT with a scope particular to the Power Platform. So you see, it's giving the answer. And you can clear the conversation and start back and so on. Yes, one last Git version control. So it's fantastic. It works with GitHub and Azure Git. It enables co-authoring, so having multiple people working at the same time on the same application. And it facilitates also the deployment pipeline. But, I mean, from our experience, this is how the Git merge looks like. So what you must do actually is to, if you want to do co-authoring, is to ensure that you are working on separate screen, not working on the same screen at the same time. And whenever someone do an update to the app object, or adding, removing, updating a connection, adding, removing an instant flow, you should then commit and inform the other developers that they should commit also. But I mean, never work on the same object, same screen, on app at the same time, or you will have issue when you commit. And I can tell you this because I have lost several hours with this kind of issue. I mean, we don't have any more time. There was so much more to tell you. I mean, use component, create your own component, reuse component, and as much as possible. For consistent look and feel, I mean, you can create a record UI on the app on start for not responsive response, like the font.policy. If you have like responsive reference, like the font size based on if you're on a mobile or browser, use the UX and place it in the app formula, so you will be able to have the correct value anytime. Use container to group your control. Use WebDialog logbox to overlay screen for long-running process. I mean, if you have a toolbar, place it on the top. If you're on a laptop, on the bottom at the mobile. Adapt your font size to your device. App gallery type selection. I mean, good practice to use transparent button overlaying the full type for the selection. And if you have on this style particular action, you just create those action and you place it on the top of the button. Two requisites before you can install the 3P demo package that you can download. First is for the New York Times developer, it's just to get an API key. So I have put the link here. And second is for the Open API, it's also to get an API key. Now, here is the link. I mean, if you want to, you can already scan QR code. Scan the QR code to be ready to the download form.
I would like to talk to you about code components for PowerFX Grid. My session will cover the development aspects of the code component, but I think it's interesting also for solution architects or technical consultants because it shows you what you can do with this kind of PCF for PowerFX Grid. So I hope it won't be boring for nobody here. let's see. What are PowerApps component anyway? So it's a framework for controls, which we can use to develop Power Apps. In model-driven apps, we can use them inside more canvas apps or custom pages, and even inside Power Pages. It's a product possibilities to use the same framework as the first-party controls from Power Apps. They are generic, so they are reusable, and they have a great interaction with the platform. The structure of the PCF project will include the manifest and the implementation of course, the resources that we need there. I think the manifest, it's actually one of the most important parts, because from the design perspective, you tell the platform what you have inside a PCF and how this PCF interacts with the platform. And we have there the properties, which you declare there. We have the resources, including the implementation, but also some images or some CSS or other translation files and stuff like that. And we have also the feature usage, where we can tell the platform that we want to use, for instance, Web API or the context. From the implementation point of view, we are allowed to use the modern front-end development like Node.js, TypeScript, React, and of course we're going to use Fluent UI because that's the same base as the Power Platform itself. So our components will pretty much easily look like the components from the Power Platform. There are two types of PCFs. We have the field PCF, which we can integrate on the forms, and we have the dataset PCF, which we can integrate for a collection of data. A field PCF, you can see it on the right side of the screen, will you can bind it on a form, or you can bind it on the Canvas app or a custom page. And when you implement something like that, in this example, I have the colorful option set, my first PCF where I started, where I just took the color from the customization and showed inside the option set. And when you implement something like that, we're gonna have the init method, the update view, the get outputs and destroy. And we take care a lot about this update view, because that's the method that will be called very often. Every time some property gets changed, and here's the place where we actually render the content, what we want to display inside the PCF. And if we want to change a value, then we're gonna call this notify output change callback, which will force the platform to call the get outputs for us. And here's the place where we can provide the new value from the PCF. That was the field PCF. Then we can go on to the dataset PCFs. So as I said, we can use them on model-driven apps or Canvas app and custom pages, and we can bind them to tables, to views, to subgrids, or some collections or custom connectors inside custom pages. But we can choose how we want them to look like. There could be a grid, a map, a calendar control, or maybe a timeline. But when we implement this kind of PCF, we're going to have to take care of a lot of details. And here's an example of the colorful option set as a grid. So we have access to all the standard functionality. When we select a record, we have access to the ribbon buttons for this record. We can implement some paging, and we can implement also the sorting, but we have to take care of every little detail in programming this part. When we select a record, we can also inline edit, but as I said, you have to implement every little detail, and it takes a lot of time. And here's the place where the Power Apps grid comes into play. The Power Apps grid is a control from Microsoft. It represents the next evolution of the Power Apps read-only grid control, allowing user to view, open, or edit records from views and subgrids. This control will eventually replace all read-only and editable grids in model-driven apps. So we can use it inside model-driven apps and even inside Power Pages for now. We can use a lot of features which are already available inside Power Apps Grid, which, by the way, it's still a preview as far as I know. We have there the infinite scrolling, we have inline editing, we are able to provide the colors, or even more features we can choose to have them inside or not. And I'm very much looking forward for some new features in Wave 1 this year. It's about grouping, it's about nested grids, and also aggregation. So I'm looking forward, what's the way of we can interact with this aggregation? Can we take control of that or not? But it's very promising what we see there. But also very interesting for PowerApps Grid customizer control. It's the way to, it's actually the last parameter in the definition. And so in the customizing, because here's the place where we can bind our own PCF inside this PowerApps Grid. So PowerApps Grid is actually a PCF by himself. And we can bind now our own PCF on top. So we let the PowerApps Grid make the hard work. So they have there the infinite scrolling, they have the sorting, they have the column filter and stuff like that. And we need only to implement a small part. There's the place where we replace how a cell renders or how an editor for a column renders. It's actually a special kind of PCF. And we have here an example from the docs where you can see that the text columns are green, and for the credit limit, if it's under 100,000, we're going to be red, otherwise would be blue. And we can do that using a PCF. The implementation from the doc, it's pretty easy. So you have the manifest. You're going to see this 3 points in each PCF I'll show. You have the manifest, and there is always the same. You have only this one property, which is of type text, and it's bound. From the implementation point of view, we don't take care of the update view as we do for the most of the PCFs. We actually don't render anything there. We just use the init of the PCF, and there we attach our own render to PowerApps Grid. And we do that by fire event, and there we register this customizer control. And the implementation of the customizer control provides a special type for the cell render, which it's defined inside some types DS, which are provided in example. And here we can decide for each column type what should be rendered. If we don't do anything, the standard default will be applied. So in this case, the text, it's rendered green. And for the currency, we can decide there which column it's there. So if it's credit limit, we're gonna see how the value is there. And if it's more than 100,000, we're gonna be have them in blue, otherwise in red. So that was the example, the standard. Now, there are a few examples which I want to show you. So in the first demo, I'm gonna change the layout of the grid, and I'm going to use this colorful option set, which you already saw on the form and on a complete grid, which I implemented. In this case, I implement only the control for this cell and use it inside the PowerApps Grid. So I have the PowerApps Grid, this colorful option set there, and I also have this smiley column for my is happy column. So if you use the standard, this is the way the PowerApps Grid is looking like. It's a little older, this recording. I think this week actually didn't work at all, but that will get fixed. And if we go to the customizing, we can choose there the customizer control for this PowerApps Grid. And here's the place you can define your own PCF. And you have to provide there the prefix of your PCF. Then there is the namespace and the name of the control. And after we save and publish it, we can switch now to this PowerApps Grid. And you can see that these two columns got replaced with my controls now. And there I can still use this colors. I'm You can see it's rendered pretty fast. You don't see that in the first place there were some other controls there. I'm able to use the metadata. I'm able to use the colors there. I can make inline editing. So on each click, I change the smiley there and also changing the data. The same happens with the colorful option set on my technology code column. And I'm still able to use the filter from the grid, so the standard ones. Also, I'm able to sort and stuff like that. And the implementation, again, these 3 steps. I have the manifest, where it's always only this property event name and defining the name of the PCF, but nothing more there. And implementation of the PCF, I don't have much, so it's nothing there except this init method. And there's the place where I take the event name from the parameters. And I use this event to register my custom renderer to the PowerFX grid. And the implementation, it's also pretty easy. So in this case, for each column type, I have some other render. So for the 2 options, I have the smiley. For the other ones, the control, colorful option set, the same in the editor. And I also have some methods there to provide the new value. So I don't use their notify output change as in the other PCFs. I interact with an API for the PowerFX grid, and I'm able to tell the PowerFX grid that my value got changed. So it functions a little different, but I have the same possibilities. The next example would be about calculated columns. So let's imagine that we have here some accounts, and I want for that each account should be visited. That's why I have a column inside the account for the next visit, where I should so the user should visit this account. But disappointments will get sometimes overdue because some appointments are not visited. So I need to recalculate the next appointment. And there's no event which changes there. So something what's today in the future will be soon, maybe overdue, without any event happening in the environment. So I don't want to use their some reorg jobs. And I'm using there the formula column first. So the first try is to make it on the Dataverse, but this one won't work in offline mode. And here's a place where I can use my control to make this calculation also in offline mode. And since I'm there, I can show the colors for these appointments, and I can say if it's overdue or not. And let's see how it works. So first of all, in the account table, I've defined a new column. This one, it's of type date time. So this next appointment, and that one is a formula column. So if I open that, you can see the formula. So if the scheduled date, it's in the past, I'm gonna recalculate it on the next Monday. Otherwise, I take that scheduled date. That's why that's how I can keep this appointment to actual. And when that's done, I can go inside the PowerFX grid, and I can see if I change the scheduled date. And after I leave the row so that the data is saved, the row gets refreshed on the Dataverse, and I get the next appointment there. But if I go now in offline mode, and I change now the schedule date, there's no calculation for the next appointment. So this one will happen only if I go online. But to avoid that, I can use the PowerFX grid where I've defined a control to. And now I'm still in offline mode, but if I change now the scheduled date, the next appointment will be calculated. This time it's calculated inside my PowerFX grid. And I also have the colors there for the overdue appointments. So now to do that, I go to Accounts and register the PowerFX grid control. And there I have this PCF calculated columns. And the same again in the manifest, it's nothing except its event name and the name of the PCF. And in this case, I also have some CSS, so it's possible to load some CSS using the PCF too, that it work in PowerFX grid too. From the implementations, the same, only in the init, I need to register my customizer control. And what I do there, I get from the parameters, from the render function, I get the column index, I can get the value of the column, I can get the column name. And now only for this column name, I gonna check if this date is in the past. And if so, I gonna go to the next Monday. Otherwise, I let the date. So I can also show the color there. And here's the styles which I apply. So that was the second use case, the calculated columns. But I can do even more. The next step I wanted to know, is it possible to show related data? Usually in the view or subgrid, you can only show data from lookups or from the table related like lookups, but you cannot show data from one-to-many relationship or many-to-many. As in this case, which I've tried out, I'm showing the related users which are associated to a team. So I have this country view, and for each record, I have many-to-many relationship for the users which are associated. And that's what I'm showing inside this related users column. I'm showing all the users. I do that, of course, with the PowerFX grid customizer control. So if I change to this table, first, nothing happens. Only if I change to this countries view, I have this column with related users, and here's the place where the fetch happens. So basically inside each record, I grab the data. So I show there for each user the related users. So basically I do here for every row one fetch. I'm still able to use the filter or remove it. From the implementation point of view, so first I have the relationship between the target table and the users. So I have there many-to-many relationship. And I have also a new column inside my target table. It's called related users. It's of type text, but actually it doesn't matter. I will never have some data inside. I just have to take care to import that column inside my view. And as I said, no data there. And if I go now to the table, I go to controls and register the PowerFX grid control, I'm able there to register my related records rows, PCF, which it's implemented in the same way. I have the manifest only with the event name and nothing special there, except that in the init, I take that customizing control and I provide a cache because I have to take care how many requests I make. So inside the cell, I make for each row one fetch request. And I'm going to fetch the associated users with this parent. And when I'm done, I'm going to cache it inside the people cache. And after that, I can loop through the people, so through the users which I've grabbed, and I'm going to show them right inside the cell. But this one, it's not perfect because for each row I make a fetch, and from the Web API consumption point of view, it's not perfect. I cache them, so there are not so many records, but I still make one record per row. That's why the next step was to try to reduce the count of records, the count of requests I make. And the next example, it's about counting the tasks for each account. So it's another example, but it's the same. You cannot do it with one view. So I use this customizer control to count the task. But this time I don't make one request per row. I try to batch them. And what I do, for instance, first, if the view is already there and I click on the cell and I'm going to create a new task. So I have a new task now for my account. And when I close that, you can see that it's already counted there. So it's recalculated after the dialog closes, and I can replace that cell. But I think it's even more important to see how these fetches are happening inside. So you can see on the right side these logs, just in case. So the yellow lines will be the one where the requests are happening, at least from the grid perspective. The pink one is where the fetch is actually happening, and the green one where I provide the data from the cache to the cells. And let's see how this works. So first of all, try to refresh this grid. And you could see a lot of yellow rows. That's for each row where a request happens. I have only one fetch request, and then I resolve everything from the cache. And if I scroll down, there are also a lot of more yellow rows, so requests, only one fetch for the next, and then the responses from the cache, the green one. And if I scroll now up and down, I provide the data from the cache, so they are not fetches anymore. So I did 2 requests for get this counter controls, and I have all the data there. It's a little bit tricky. You have to use a little debouncing there, but it's possible. And now my last example, but I'm very happy that I succeeded to make it. It's a drag and drop. Just imagine you have some order or some offer, and you want for each product inside this offer to have its own position. And the user wants to be able to change this order. And it's pretty complicated if you have to reorder something, but you have to change the order number for each rows in between. So I've implemented some drag and drop there. I could make my own PCF, a complete one, but would take much more time. So I've tried to use the Power Apps grid for that. And I can still use there the inline editing. I can make some calculation, the price based on the amount I'm ordering there. It's still much easier to implement with this control. And I have there one column. It's called sort order. It's of type number, where I introduce this number. And using the grid, I just mimic some drag and drop. And while this row is dropped on a cell, I know what I have to do, so I can make Web API request and to change the order of all the rows in the between. And just at the end, I need to refresh the grid, and this was a tricky part because I'm not able to do it from inside the cell. I must say that this one seems to be unsupported for now. I had to make some tricks there, which I took from the types from the example, but it's not something that it was an example already. Let's see how it works. So first of all, I'm in an account. And when I go now to sortables, that's my table, I want to be able to reorder this room. So I want the row Berlin to be on place 4. And that's what's happened after I dropped there. Now I have the room New York and I place it on row 2. And after I'm done, all the rows in the between are reordered. You can see on the counter on the left side that all the lines in between have changed the order number. From an implementation point of view, I have in my table this sort order column, which I took it only for this position number. And of course, I've took it inside the view and I've sorted on this column. And then went to the subgrid, which I've placed on the form, and used the pipes grid. This time I'm using the new customizing experience where I've registered a pipes grid, but I can go there and still provide my customizer control there too. So it's the prefix, it's the namespace and the name of the control. And from the implementation, I have the same. I have the name of the control and the event name in the manifest. In the implementation, also in the init, it's nothing there in the update view still. I'm gonna register this customizer control, but this time it's not a standard cell render, it's a grid customizer. It's something special, took from the types, as I said, seems to be unsupported for now. I have this cell render and I have the possibility to change even the loading, even the header, if I want to, using this way. And there when I have the cell sort order, I'm gonna render this draggable cell. And here's the place where I have the div inside with the content which I need to drag. And on drag start, I'm gonna take that row ID and row index and place it inside the event of data transfer. And the outside part is where I can drag on. So when I drop there, I can read from the event this source, row ID and row index. And there I can call a callback on dropped, which I've provided from the render function. And that's the magic. There I do actually. So since I'm not able to do the reorder here, I'm going to post a message to the form scripting. So that's the trick here. Post a message to the form scripting. So the magic happens inside the form scripting. I have this function, which is registered in on load of my account in my case. So I have a event listener to message. And if I have this special message, which I've registered there, I take the source ID and the target ID, and I'm gonna make the sort order change. I retrieve all the records for this parent ID. There's the place where I take the parent ID, I filter on that, and I also filter only between the index of the source and the target. I don't need to reorder all of them. And I'm gonna sort on that position. And when I get that responses, I'm gonna go through all the entities there and I'm gonna make some updates. First of all, I have to decide if I have to increment or decrement that value. It depends if I'm going up or down with the order. And there I decrement or increment. So I make some updates, and after that I change also the order for the sort ID. And when that's done, I can use form scripting and refresh the grid and also close the progress indicator. So now I have to do on the form scripting too. For the host form, I'm gonna register there the onload. And here's the place where I've registered this function to be called. So that would be from my demo part. There are some restrictions and best practices we should take care of. So we can decide for each control if we want to, so let's say it that way, we can make for each grid some other customizer control. That's possible. We can make it a little bit generic and try to use it for more customized, for more grids. The problem is we cannot pass more parameters. So we only have this one line where we can declare the name of the control. We cannot make something generic and customize it for this use case or not. But we can choose the way we can want to apply it. From the best practices, we have to take care that we don't change the data or we don't mutate the data we get from the parameters from the PowerFX grid. We should use the API, which is available there for changing the data. We should never change the metadata. We cannot add columns or stuff like that. The control should be lightweight and fast because that would be affect the grid performance, of course. And take care that the grid will dispose the customizer control anytime and will create new ones, as you saw in that scrolling example. And take care to dispose the internal state to prevent memory leaks. And also in these calculated examples, it's nice that we can have it on a client side. But we cannot rely on that on server side filtering or sorting. So we are sometimes limited from that point of view.
So we will start with introduction to Power Virtual Agents, what there are, what possibilities can we achieve, but most important is what is over there, what things you should know when you are starting your journey with Power Virtual Agents, to understand how you can build your first chatbot that actually within minutes can help your team with plenty of tasks. So then after this introduction, we will go to a live demo where I will show everything that we will talk about previously during the slideshows. So maybe let's start with a use case. So here is a recorded screen of a chatbot I've created for today's meeting, which is a recruiting bot. So we have a SharePoint list that is storing all the data about the open positions for a company. And the chatbot actually provides us information of all open positions. We can ask them to filter the list for specific departments, locations, and we, as the makers, can decide what filters would we like to have. And this is something that we will talk about later. But as you can see, with this really fast demo, the bots, even in the free version, can really help employees of companies, managers, HRs, to actually speed up their work, right? So as I started with the use case, so maybe a little bit too fast, but let's say something about the Power Virtual Agents as introduction, if maybe you haven't heard about them. So Power Virtual Agents are a part of Microsoft Power Platform Suite, and they are software as a service. So as a cloud-based software provisioning model in which cloud provider develops and maintain cloud application, provides automatic updates, and makes the software available to its customers via the internet on a license basis in the case of Power Virtual Agents or Microsoft 365. So what this actually means to us, we in fact don't have to worry about the infrastructure, the maintenance, and the updates introduced by Microsoft. And the updates are actually introduced by Microsoft. So Power Virtual Agents are aimed among other so-called power users or citizen developers, because in order to create chatbots, there is not necessary to have and possess the knowledge in the programming languages, to have a deep knowledge about artificial intelligence. But actually, there's one thing that you should have if you want to create a chatbot. You should have the use case that you want to solve. And this is pretty much it, because the rest of it is quite easy and simple. Examples of companies that are utilizing Power Virtual Agents, because this is really a big part of the Microsoft world. So these use cases might actually help to understand that this is not only a phrase, that this is AI-based chatbot that is helping everyone. But looking at the real use cases, we might really understand where we can go, what use cases we could solve, because we can get a little bit of different profile and different look at it. So maybe introduce like 2 or 3 examples from the list. So maybe on the left side, we've got this beautiful dolphin logo. I know we live in Europe, maybe most of us, but this is actually Miami Dolphins team. And Miami Dolphins created a chatbot which handled 40,000 conversations with fans, resolving 97% of issues and queries. And the second example is Kobe, apologies. I'm not sure how to spell it properly, but this is city in Japan. And this city actually reduced the numbers of the numbers of issues in their city by providing the chatbot regarding the COVID-19 chatbot. So imagine how much you can gain if actually you can solve, for example, 90+% of issues by a chatbot, which is quick, which is efficient, which you can use actually 24/7, and you don't need to have your team work on those use cases. Actually, you are saving the time of your team to do things that most likely require a specified human attendance. So what are the different use cases that are providing information about the healthy things for the COVID-19 relation things or for the funds of a team? Let's look from enterprise perspective. We might have a really nice HR chatbot published to the whole organization, where you can ask questions about the public holidays, where I can log time, for example. This is really crucial, right? We are working on the project. We have our tasks. We say how much time we spend on it. So we can ask where that time reporting system actually is. How can I find it? And we can actually get an URL to go there directly. We don't have to ask our colleagues. We don't have to ask our management. We can look for FAQs, right? Or going a little bit deeper, service desk on incident management. We can quickly provide our incident number to a chatbot and see at what stage our resolve status is. Is it actually resolved? Should we get any response, or is it pending? Right? So this actually help us save time. We don't have to go and look for a system, even though in the previous example, I directly said that it can help us to do this. It can, but it can save time. This is really important. And as I already provided the quick demo of the recruitment process, I think it's also really important to mention about it because it's the part of the automation that can go to HRs, to managers, to directors, VPs, C-level executives to actually see how many items we have there, for how many people are we looking for. Therefore, we can say, okay, do we need to have all of those positions, or maybe we are lacking something? We don't have to go to someone to make it for us. It's really cool, really, really efficient to use. So with those, we have those advantages of utilizing, empowering our teams. So those chatbots for us, for our teammates, colleagues, team members, great, right? A lot of time can be saved. A lot of unnecessary conversations don't have to happen. We can focus on something different. And if we will come with an idea how we can make our life easier inside our team, not for the whole company, we are also able to do this just for us, even if we are business users with few specified definitions and understanding them and having a lot of fun, we can actually make a chatbot. We don't need to be those AI consultants or data consultants, which is also helping to reduce costs, because AI consultants, data consultants, even hired as external consultants, freelancers, they of course can be really good and they can help us to create a better chatbot. But for really simple solutions, there is no need for that. We can handle this by ourselves or by our colleagues. And we can actually save time, like I already mentioned, of service desk people, of people who are answering calls or helping others with daily tasks or management issues. So basically, they can focus on things that are difficult and require human attendance. And people don't work 24/7. Even if there are 24/7 shifts, you get plenty of people. Your service desk incident, whatever you've raised, might be transferred for different technician, and it requires additional time and to resolve this. And with plenty of examples, we can just skip it. So is Power Virtual Agents actually integratable? Does it have any integrations, or is it only Microsoft 365 suite that it can communicate? I will tell this straight ahead. This depends on the use case that we have, but Power Virtual Agents can integrate within Microsoft 365 environment and outside of it with Power Automate. The main difference would be actually is, do we have a premium license, this Power Virtual Agent web app, or we can just call it regular PVA, right? So if we have that, we can actually utilize APIs to call for ChatGPT, which is really on top right now. We can call different services as ServiceNow, something like this, right? So what is the difference between the paid version and the free version that is available for us via Project Oakdale? At least it was called like this when it was released around 2 years ago, where you have a Dataverse for Teams, and it's free. So what are the differences between those two? First of all, price. Free versus paid. How much its cost, we will cover a little bit later. But what else despite the price? Functionality. Within the free version, PVA for Teams, we can utilize the standard connectors inside the Power Automate. Send emails, send adaptive cards. We can utilize few different data storages. Dataverse for Teams actually is built-in capacity for this scenario, and we can always use, for example, SharePoint like I did in our use case. In the paid version, on the other hand, we can go outside of the world, which I mentioned, but we can actually transfer the call to the agent. So whenever the topic will be too difficult, or we didn't think through the whole use case before, because we thought about it, but we thought, yeah, let's not do this in the chatbot. Let's do this with a human assistance because it's required. Then we can just transfer it, and people will, those agents can get the information about what the conversation was about to be able to faster help you. We've got access to the skills and bot framework composers. So this is actually, if we would like to use, for example, adaptive cards. Adaptive cards are officially not available for Dataverse for Teams, but we can use them in the premium version. We can get our bot outside of Microsoft 365. We can post it on Facebook, Teams, Slack, other internet sites. And I haven't mentioned that yet, but the Power Virtual Agents for Teams only lives in Teams. We create it in Teams, and we make a conversation in Teams. So those details are, actually, it's a lot. It's not only details. So based on that description, I've provided the part of the Microsoft documentation that actually you can clearly see the differences between them. And is it worth to get a paid version? It always depends on the use case, because for not complicated scenarios that we don't have to utilize another chatbot or written by custom code by Azure Bot Framework, if we don't need those kind of integrations, we will be good to go with the free version. So is it expensive? Like, I put it a little bit joke over there. It used to be expensive, now it's cheaper. Because it really was expensive 2 years ago, or a little bit more, when I first had an opportunity to work with Power Virtual Agents. We were talking about $1,000 for 2,000 sessions and $500 per add-on. So this is 5 times less right now. So unfortunately, as I'm based in Poland, the prices for me are shown in dollars. So I could not present to you those in euros, but I assume this price will be really similar. So if we will do our quick math, I think that 10 cents for a conversation, where in this time we can allow the team of consultants and our team of support engineers to focus on other more complex stuff, requiring direct contact with people, it's really good. I think it's a win-win situation, because 10 cents, it doesn't seem a lot. If you are willing to purchase actually a Power Virtual Agent license, it's required for any user to create chatbots to have that license. The license can be assigned for a user from the admin portal with no additional costs. Microsoft recommends purchasing at least a user license and a single transaction to simplify the deployment of the Power Virtual Agents. And here we got this information about sessions, the storage of the Dataverse and actions. So actually, this capacity is pulled at the tenant level. Dataverse and file capacity entitlements are pulled at the tenant level. So purchasing the PVA Sessions add-ons does not increase database or file capacity. And those sessions, they are defined in a different ways. And I haven't found officially information from Microsoft to say how much it is, I mean, the session, but I found plenty of responses on the blogs, official Microsoft blogs and user groups, that it is up to 1,000, I think 1,000 or maybe 100, apologies, queries to the bot, so the responses of bot actually, and his actions, or a limit of 60 minutes. So if the PVA for Teams is free, is it? It is if we have a proper license. And what kind of licenses do we actually require to use such a bot, to create it? So first of all, the E3 and E5 licenses, I don't think surprised anyone. But E1 and F3 was a surprise, but especially the business basic and the business standard. What it means that even if people are getting these licenses for their own use, but prefer to pay a little bit more than just for their home license, then they can actually start utilizing bot, for example, really small company. And it can help. I know examples when people actually have those chatbots in PVA for Teams for documents, holidays, the examples that I've provided at the beginning. But the licensing plans change frequently, so I recommended treating this slide as most likely an information. It's always the best to check before you start a project what currently available license can be used. How the price differs on the premium version is still those licenses which are shown on the screen available for you to start your journey. So limits, this is also really important, the limits. It's free, but we have to accept few of the limits actually to use it. So in the web application, so the premium version, we actually don't have limits of bots. But in the Teams app, we have 50 bots per team. But to be but the licenses for the Dataverse for Teams, actually, there should be assigned for if you have 20 users. So each Dataverse for Teams should be available for 20 licensed users. This might cause a little bit confusion, but those always can change. So those sessions, I already spoke about those. I don't think that it's really crucial to go again to talk about it. But what I can additionally say that the limit is session per users actually for the free version, but it's combined for 24 hours. So if you have 20 users in your team, theoretically, your whole team should be able to do 200 sessions within 24 hours, which is a lot. It's a lot. Of course, it depends on the use case, but I don't believe that chatbots are utilized all the times. I mean, from the global perspective, yes, they are, but they are created for some specific topic. And if we get what we want, we usually don't ask about similar thing 5 minutes later, because we have access to the historical data, what we have spoke or written actually with the bot about. So from that introduction, let's go actually to the basic concepts of the PVA. So we get trigger phases and we get topics. So trigger phases actually are the words, keywords, queries, and phrases, like in the name, that are related to some issue. So in case of our recruitment bot, we could add a few trigger phrases like recruitment process, open positions, job openings, and full sentences. What positions do we have? What for what people are we looking for to hire. So this is actually based, we actually decide what is our trigger phrase. And this trigger phrase, it's getting recognized by a chatbot utilizing artificial intelligence. If we will misspell thing, or we will use a really similar word, the artificial intelligence can get that information for us and decide, okay, probably he wants to go to the topic, which will show us, or him as a user, the open positions. It's really cool. And then what is the topic? The topic, it's the definition how the conversation look like. So we are willing to ask about the job positions, and then we've got information. Okay, but are you looking for all job openings in the company? Maybe only if you are looking for job openings in Warsaw or in New York office. And this is how we just make our conversation, make decisions and the concept of the conversation. And this is all together is a topic. We can create a topic from scratch, but we also can use the topics that are created by default. There are system topics that are available. So what do we have in our bots in this topics? Definition of trigger phrases that triggers actually our topic. We have notes, which, as you can see on the presentation, that it's the way how the bot is interacting with the user. So the question we want to ask the user, collecting the information, also it's part of it. We can utilize Power Automate to ask to filtering our SharePoint list for job positions and retrieve the proper value to our dear friend who is asking, right? And then we have entities, and entities, they really are worth attention because, for example, it would be hard to define all the answers. For example, if you will ask, how old are you? So as you can see on the left side, you can see 3 options for all open positions for specific department by location. Imagine that you would like to go over there and provide all numbers for the age. It's impossible and it's useless. It's really a lot of work. So entities actually extracts data from the response of our conversational, the person with which the bot have a conversation, right? So it can easily get the information from a number or even the written word. As you can see on example, 19, 5, 10, really simple. And we can define them by ourselves. It works for colors, it works for cities, brands of cars. It's really have a lot of possibilities. So here, another quite cool thing, because you can create the Power Virtual Agents for Teams only in Teams. But have you known that you can make them on your phones, that you can make them on your iPads or on tablets? Of course, it all depends what device do you have. But this is example of the authoring Canvas pane that you will see in a demo. And actually, I've managed to open the whole process of creation Power Virtual Chatbot and editing it within my iPad device. This is really cool. So now let's go for a demo. Okay, let's switch that here. Okay, for those who never created Power Virtual Agents, never used them, and are here for the first time, you navigate to Microsoft Teams, and you should have 3 dots on the left side. Of course, this can be disabled by your tenant administration if you are in your work environment. But you can just, if you have this option, you can just simply provide the query Power and you will have Power Virtual Agents. We can just simply select it, and we would be able to pin it to our left navigation side. Here, all starts. But please remember that we have to have this Dataverse for Teams enabled. So actually, how do you enable Dataverse for Teams? You create a Teams channel, and then you just simply from those three dots go here and, for example, select power-ups, and it will automatically provision. You can also do this with the chatbot. Of course, this has to be enabled. On the left side, we see my all chatbots that I've created, but then I can switch them to the teams that have Dataverse for Teams and might have chatbots inside. So this is really cool. So we'll go to my chatbots and let's go to the recruitment bot. Now, we have a few things regarding the documentation, blogs to learn and explore. It's really cool. If you're doing this for the first time, I really recommend you to do this. If you are not for the first time here, then you probably might seen or not, because it was added some time ago, view solution, or our chatbots are created in the solutions. And if there will be enough time, I'll hope to show you how easy it is not to edit Power Automate inside the teams, because it's a nightmare. Okay, so we have topics, which is our tree of a conversation. And I will show you the whole tree of our recruitment bot. It's nothing fancy, but it's working perfectly fine. At the top, you can see our trigger phases, as I talked about previously. It's the thing that opens this whole conversation. So let's test our bot, because if we will test it, we will see how it actually interacts. Hi, I am looking for open positions. I've made mistakes for positions, so it's still understood. And as you can see here, I was recreated. We went through first note, which showed me hello and my display name, because it's reading few basic properties from the system. One of them is display name. And then there is a query that I had to create by my own. And okay, hi Krzysztof, hi Chris. So you are looking for open positions. Tell me something more. So you can see those options here are presented here on the left side. We would see that also in the Microsoft Teams. So we can click whatever and look carefully here. We will be navigated in a second to the proper node. Look, it goes really quickly. Probably it had something in his memory. So, okay, for open positions, this is our node, because we have to create each node for each answer that we provided here, possible answer that we provided here. We called Power Automate. Then the Power Automate return a variable which we presented to a user with the hyperlink to select. We can select the hyperlink. It actually open on a second window, but here is my SharePoint list. We can see all the roles that we've provided in our list. And this thing is really crucial for the future. We finished the part of the conversation, right? So what now? We can end the conversation and we can use the predefined topic at the bottom. This zoom is not always intuitive. Okay, so this is built-in conversation. Those are custom ones. So, okay, but what if we want to start over again? Actually, this is also really cool, because we can get our last action and go back to the top and ping it again. So how do we do this? Let's create new option. Let's call it Global Power Platform Bootcamp 2023. Boom. Now a new node has been created. We can select plus. Let's zoom a little bit. And here we have actions. We can ask a question, which was above, right? We can call an action. So we can call Power Automate from here. This is the list of our Power Automate flows defined inside a chatbot. We can just show a message. This can be used also for show the reply. of our conversation or even redirect to other topic. The Power Virtual Agent, based also on its artificial intelligence, it can recognize topics while you type to them. So it has, one bot can have plenty of topics. So if he will not know to which conversation to go, he will ask us to choose the topic. So it's really nice. So I showed you that it's really not that difficult, and it might look a little bit scary, but it's the question of time spending in the chatbot to have a little fun, play, to actually understand it. So the next step would be, maybe too fast, if I want to edit the Power Automate. Okay. View flow details. Let's select anyone. And actually, this will open in Teams. This is really not good experience because someone will type on something to us. We will navigate back, but switching chat, boom, it's over, right? And it's really difficult to live with it. So what I can suggest, we can go back to our overview. Back from the chatbot, back. Okay, we should have those, my chatbots. No, it would be here. Never mind, I'll just open this from the browser because it shows this default solution. My proposition for everyone is to use Power Automate, actually. Oops, it's too big. Okay, to use Power Automate, to open your Power Automate, go to Game. Go to the environments and select the environment that you have your chatbot in. Then go to the solutions on the left pane and go to default solutions. Here we will have things that we've created, and we can easily see and filter, for example, chatbot. So what we can do, we can create a new solution and add existing chatbot from our default solution. And we can not only create new solutions and play with that around, but if we will go back to the solutions and all, we can actually open our Power Automate flow with 3 dots, select Edit, and it will open in the web browser, which is incredible because it's much easier, much faster. We can actually take a look at the runs, what failed, what worked properly. This is great experience. And previously, I didn't have this possibility, but today I've realized it is. So if we will go home and my flows, here we have those flows actually be available. For the long time, they were only in Teams. Then we could go by searching for them in default solutions. Microsoft is making this much easier for us. And I'm really glad. Yes, of course.
Is this feature something that's related to the release waves, or it's something that was longer ago there?
It's a really difficult question, actually.
Okay.
Because I haven't paid that much attention to the release waves regarding the chatbot for Teams. Mm-hmm. I know that there was a release of new Canvas experience for the premium version, right? Oh. But I haven't noticed any differences for the Power Virtual Agent for Teams after the releases that we had recently. Only this, that those cloud flows are actually here available for us.
Yeah, that's a good thing to see. Actually, Jonas, he's going to show us in a bit everything about release waves. I'm not sure if he will tackle Power Virtual Agents in Teams as a topic. Yeah, I'd say you have some minutes to do your wrap up, so then you can continue with the next session. But very interesting so far. Didn't want to block you. Yeah, just notify that there is, you might have 2-3 minutes to close the session up.
Okay, great. 2-3 minutes, it's more than enough. So, okay, actually, I'm quite surprised that I managed everything in that short period of time. Okay. So let's go maybe to the pricing table. Like I said, we'll go a little bit back. It's really important always to check out the Microsoft licensing plans. They change a lot, or at least I think so. It's my honest opinion. But for few months, I see it's limited time offer. At least from October, it's still the same price. Let's hope it will not get more expensive, because it really can help organizations. And if it will be as expensive at the beginning, not many organizations will decide to go with the premium features. That's why I am really glad and trying to provide a little bit of basic guidance to the free version to actually make the small step. Maybe the change can go from the down, like from the organization chain, from consultants later to the management, so they can understand, okay, maybe we can actually automate a few processes to make our life easier, maybe requiring a premium version. So do I have something else to actually show to you? Maybe this is like a bonus. In Dataverse, the things, the conversations and other stuff from Power Virtual Agents are saved in the Dataverse. So here I've opened the table that is built in that is called conversation transcripts. And this is basically a table that will store informations in our premium chatbot to allow, for example, to have some logs, to have some metadata examples. I will show them based on Microsoft documentation, of course, that we can use later, for example, for some kind of analysis. So we can fix the mistakes that we've made at the beginning while creating our bot and make it even better. So even as you can see, there is few possibility to integrate with Power BI, with Data Lake. So this is only the beginning of a journey, if you might get interested into it.
Now, before we go into it, let's maybe quickly talk about what to expect from this session. So as I did mention, we're going to have a look at the ReleaseWave 2023. Now, since my background originally is from Dynamics, I, of course, couldn't keep a couple of features from Dynamics out, but of course, it's going to mainly be focused on Power Platform. Also, it's going to be mostly end user topics, and also Maker. So I'm not going to go into the really technical stuff. That being said, we're going to have a look at the key dates, so what you need to have on your agenda, when what is going to happen, a quick overview of my very personal top features, and also a quick summary. So what key days do you need to be aware of? So first things first, the release plans are available since the 25th of January. So you might know from previous years, there's this like very long PDF files you can read. But of course, there's also a couple of, let's say, a bit more attractive tools. I'll mention them in a moment. Then since the 6th of February, so since the beginning of this month, we do have the early access available. And of course, over time, more and more features will be included in there. So the actual rollout or general availability will come at a bit later point. Now, of course, this depends on where you're at with your organization. So if you're like, for example, in the Swiss cloud or in the Germany cloud, this will be, as you see, the first date on the end of March. If you're in the Europe cloud, so the CRM4 domains, that's a bit later. And if you're, for instance, North America, or if you have some Chinese government customers, etc., this will be even later down the road. All right. So that being said, there is also a couple of YouTube recommendations I can give. So not sure if you're all aware of that, but of course, Microsoft has their own YouTube channels for both Dynamics as well as the Power Platform. and they have released their own release highlight overview on both their channels. You'll get a lot of insights that you're not going to get anywhere else, like screenshots that are missing in the documentation where you see live demos in the videos, etc. So I would highly recommend to check those videos out before you dive deeper into all the community posts and blog posts. First, check out that. All right, so as I mentioned, let me start with a handful of features that are more related to Dynamics, but after that, let's go directly into Power Platform. So one of the features that I think is quite interesting that comes with the ReleaseWave is the possibility to associate activities with one another. So I'm not sure who of you is aware about that, but of course you can have your account contacts, etc. in your CRM, and you can relate activities to that, like phone calls, emails, Teams chats, etc. And what is now newly possible is that you can also relate them with one another. So let's say you can have a task that's related to a Teams chat, or you can have a phone call that's related to a task, etc. So that is up to you. So until now, this wasn't possible. Now, what I'm not yet sure about is if this actually means that there's going to be a timeline on the activities. I haven't seen anything in that direction, so I'm not quite sure how the user interface is going to be for that. But from a technical point, in the regarding field, you can now link activities with one another. All right, next up, we do have the SMS integration into Dynamics 365. Meaning that an admin can assign a mobile number to either users or teams, and they will then be able to use the SMS integration. I hope you can recognize something in the screenshots. It's okay if you cannot read what it says, but at least get like a visual of the UI. So what you see there on the right, on the side pane, you'll have a real-time SMS integration where you actually can receive SMS from your customers and also write back. And as I said, that's going to be real time and it's going to be included on pretty much all of the sales entities in Dynamics. All right, next up is another AI feature. So we do get the possibility to leverage AI for cross and upselling on opportunities. So what you see here is an opportunity, and based on some AI recommendations, it will give me some recommendations. For instance, in the screenshot that tells me, hey, might be a possibility to sell the premium license here. So with artificial intelligence, the salespeople will be enforced in their process of selling such stuff. All right. One more feature is going to be the real-time tips during sales calls, meaning, of course, you need the telephone integration for that to work, but as long as you have that, you're going to have the opportunity that an AI is going to listen to your phone calls. It's going to notice when you mention something and actually give you tips on how to handle those situations, especially if there's like a tough situation in a call. So for instance, it could be that someone mentions a company, let's say Contoso, that's the example that Microsoft likes to use. And this chatbot or this AI might tell you at the bottom in this black pane, hey, Contoso has a bad standing at the moment on Twitter. Maybe you should do something against that because the customer has just mentioned Contoso. So those kind of AI features are going to pop up everywhere in the Dynamics field. All right, that being said, now let's head over to the Power Platform. Of course, a couple of features are also relevant for Dynamics since it's a model-driven app, but let's now focus on that. So the first thing that comes there is the option to add table columns to forms views in bulk. So I'm sure a lot of makers in this call know the situation. You create like 10 new columns. You have done that on your table. And what you need to do now is to actually open up every single view, add the columns there, open up every single form, add the columns there as well. Maybe you use the XRM toolbox or whatever to do that in bulk, but what we'll get is what you see on this very unreadable screenshot. Sorry, it's the best I have. It's the option to actually select multiple columns you just created and add them in bulk to views and forms. Now, of course, this means that you might still need to interact with it, because if the columns are just added at the end of the view, that's maybe not what you want. Maybe you want to adjust like the order, you want to adjust the width, etc. So I'm not yet sure how they're going to handle that, but at least we do get the opportunity to add them in bulk without actually doing that for every single view and form manually. All right. Yes, I think my camera stopped for a moment, but anyway. The next feature I would like to show you is the sequential approvals. I think there's not a whole lot there to say, assuming you do already know about the flow approvals. If you don't, quickly explained, it's exactly what it is. You do have an approval process. You can send that out via Teams or Outlook, and a person or persons need to approve it. Now, until now, for instance, we internally use that for our holiday app in Switzerland. And there's like a hierarchical approval. So if my supervisor approves it, there's also going to be a management approval. And until now, we had to do this logic ourselves with Power Automate, etc. In the future, we're going to define, or going to be able to define, levels of hierarchy that like sequentially need to be approved. So only if level 1 approved, level 2 will receive the approval, and it continues like that until the top level is reached. Right. Then another very interesting feature is going to be the native integration of flows in Excel. So not sure if this is going to be a huge advantage for us, but I think definitely for our customers. Again, I only have a very unreadable screenshot, sorry for that. But what it's going to be like, there's going to be like a Power Automate tab in Excel, and there you're going to have the option to create flows, to run flows, and to also see your flow runs in the past. So this is going to be very interesting, I think. But I'm also looking forward to the preview that's going to start in March, where we can actually play around with this feature. All right. Now, there's also going to be the language query that we can use to create flows. Now, in itself, this is not a new feature. Maybe some of you already know about that, but until now, this was only available in US environments. Now, with the ReleaseWave, this has also come to the rest of the world, especially to Europe, which is relevant for us. And it's also going to become general available in May, because until now, this was only a preview feature. Now, what does this mean? This means you can actually write sentences. And unlike, let's say, Power BI, this is completely free text, so you don't need to use like a specific syntax or whatever. So you can, for instance, write every time in the morning, send me out the current weather forecast, or what we see on the screenshot here, right? Every time I get a response to something, please send out a notification via Teams, etc. So what flow is going to do, it's going to basically create like the starting point of a flow. Of course, I still need to configure stuff. So I need to configure like which body will be sent out via Teams. What's the body of the email, etc. But basically, the how do you say, the Gerüst of the flow, the wireframe, if you can call it that, will be generated by an artificial intelligence. And also kind of similar, or at least in a similar direction, there's also going to be an assistant for creating formulas. So let's say I receive my date in like this, I'm sure you all know this like UTC database date time format, but actually I want to like present it in the way we all have it in the calendar. So all I need to do is like on the one side enter the value that I receive, and on the other side enter the value that I want to put out. And what's actually going to happen, I can use then again an artificial intelligence to generate conversions. And it's quite important. So it's not just going to be like, you have your date and let's just cut off like the first 2 characters or whatever. It's actually going to understand what you're doing. So it will try to understand, okay, this is a date format. So maybe I should use the date formula and not just like handle it as a string or whatever. All right. Then another very cool feature, and I think we've heard about it in a couple of other sessions, like in a side note, the custom pages and also the Canvas apps, I might need to say, they are going to get responsive by design. What this means is there are going to be new templates that are responsive. Again, in the screenshot, it's okay if you cannot read everything, but I think you can see like those kind of containers that are spread around the screen. So all you're going to need to do is drag and drop your elements inside these containers, and they're automatically going to be responsive. So in those templates, it's already defined what are those containers going to look like on a mobile phone, what are those going to look like on a desktop, what are they going to look like on a tablet. And also maybe important to mention, those are aligned with Fluent UI. Now, why do I mention that? The next feature, it's okay, I have another screenshot later, but actually the Canvas app that you see here should only appear afterwards. But anyway, it's going to be the model-driven apps. And in the model-driven apps, we're also going to get a UI overhaul. So it's going to be aligned with Fluent UI. And the reason why this Canvas app screen is also here again, as you'll see, those two worlds are going to merge more and more together. So there's going to be a future someday, I believe, where model-driven apps and Canvas apps won't be visually a lot different, where they're actually going to look like one UI, which is a goal I think Microsoft is trying to achieve since quite some time, but it seems like they're actually now going down this road in a faster pace than I personally expected. All right, then one more feature I'm sure a lot of you are already familiar with because it's actually already there and you already have the possibility to try it out, is the new kind of look and feel for the Power Apps Maker portal or the Power Apps Maker Studio, whatever you want to call that. So what you're going to get a couple of new points. So you see like this discovery page, where kind of this like introduction to all the different tools. Something like this has already existed, but no, there should be really all the components of Power Platforms, including, let's say, the adaptive cards, including the admin center, etc. Then there's also the possibility to now pin your own components, if you can call it like that. Meaning that maybe for one customer, if you open the Maker Studio, you just need the tables, the flows, and the solutions in your Maker Studio pinned to the taskbar. Maybe with the next customer, you're more interested in virtual agent, data flows, and again, tables. So you yourself can define which of those elements that now are just all in the side pane at once, which of those you need to pin and which of them are not relevant for you. So you just can hide them. And last but not least, we do get now like one nice, how you call that, area where we can navigate between the individual studios. So for instance, Power Automate, Power Apps Admin Center. So that's the screenshot in the middle, if you don't know what I'm talking about, with those different icons. Each of those icons is basically a studio. All right. So that being said, that was a lot of information in a short amount of time. I hope you had the time to follow along. Now there's one more thing that's more from a governance perspective that I like to mention. So I'm sure a lot of you already use the developer plans or the developer licenses. Now a new thing that's going to come with the ReleaseWave is that after 90 days of being unused, they will automatically be deleted. So this makes it a lot easier for administrators to manage all those environments. So how is this going to happen? After 60 days of inactivity, there will be an email sent to the user. Do you still need your environment? And once the user doesn't react or doesn't log in the next 30 days, this will actually be deleted. So let's say you do have the possibility open for all your users to create a developer plan. Maybe a couple of people leave your company. At the moment, you're just left with their developer environments. So in the future, those will automatically be cleaned up after 90 days. All right. So let's do a quick summary of what we just saw. So I think there are basically three main topics that we need to have a focus on. So the one thing we have here is the Fluent UI Everywhere. So I mentioned Canvas apps, which is there on the top left, and the model-driven apps, which are the other three screenshots, which, sorry, I wanted to show them on the slide before, but anyway, it's all going to be aligned with Fluent UI. So there's not going to be a huge change, I think, in model-driven apps from like the functionality, but there's going to be a UI overhaul. Now, in the Canvas apps on the other side, this also means some technical changes. But before we go into that, the other thing you might have noticed throughout my presentations is the whole bunch of AI tools. So I think this is quite an important thing to notice, as this is like the clear direction Microsoft is taking. So we have seen like the AI tools assisting in Dynamics for sales, but there's also AI tools for us makers in the Power Platform. Now, while it's not directly related to the ReleaseWave one, I also have the logo of Viva Sales included there. I also saw that one of our colleagues already added Viva Sales to this meeting. I'm quite interested about the result. So let's see what comes out there. But basically what it just shows is all those AI tools that are going to come to both Power Platform and Dynamics one by one. And this is definitely the direction it's going to continue. And last but not least, I just mentioned the responsiveness of custom pages and Canvas apps. So as I mentioned, we're going to get new templates, but on top of that, we are also going to get a new designer. So not different URL or anything, it's going to stay the same. But what you can see here is that we actually do get a live preview of different form factors of different devices. So I actually can try out while creating my app in the studio, what's it going to look like on the mobile phone, what's it going to look like on the desktop. So until now, I'm not sure if you had a trick for that. My approach was always to just run it in the browser and then use the browser internal, devices to kind of simulate what it would look like. But of course, this was always quite far off from the reality. Then I'll have one more thing to mention. Not sure if you know this tool. For those that don't know this tool, please just go to experience.dynamics.com/releaseplans, even if you are interested in the Power Platform mainly. So it's an online tool where all of the features of the release waves are documented and also kept up to date, because even if it says, in like the PDF that's released at the beginning of the year, these features will come by March. It can really be that Microsoft decides, no, we're not ready, or you need to wait another 2 months. And the best place to notice that is this tool. So I'm sure a lot of you know it. If you don't know, just try out the URL. It's pretty self-explanatory.
When you return after work, did you forget your password? Or maybe answer B, your password already get expired. And, to be honest, last year I had such a holiday, but I forgot my password. It was not long holiday, but I was totally disconnected. And it was very hard to connect it again, I would say, in any aspect, in any way. So it was good holiday. And I wish all of you can have good holiday like this this year. But, you can answer A or B. I don't see the answers, but, who knows? Maybe you had a good holiday where you forgot your password. But another question. Let's check how many of you have a good IT service. So when you forgot your password, can you reset it by yourself, or do you need to ask someone for help? And those who answered B, that you need to ask IT to reset your password for you, probably this session will be kind of an inspiring. And also for those who are answering with A, probably you are working in a company where the IT is taking good care of you, but you might have customers who still have a issue, or maybe they are doing this a little bit old-fashioned, and the IT or service desk is still resetting the passwords for their users. And how to change it? Of course, implementing a self-service password reset. Why to change it to self-service password reset? I would say this is the first step to multi-factor authentication, to better security, to less work for IT and service desk. And implementation of the self-service password reset is straightforward. It's so simple. So you may ask, why this session? I will tell you in a minute. In regards of self-service password reset, of course, you can deploy temporary passwords. And of course, those temporary passwords needs to be handed over to someone at the other side of the line. But you never know if the person who is calling you is the one who is really saying he is or she is. So this has some kind of an issue regarding security. Also, you can send an SMS to the person with the temporary password. But also, you never know if the phone number which has been provided to you is the right one. Or maybe the SMS can be hijacked. So, there are many aspects of the self-service password reset and how to start the journey with it. And by the way, you need to have some kind of a second factor security authentication in place if you would like to reset your password by yourself. So you have to have some kind of a phone number registered in Azure Active Directory in the security section before you will be able to do the self-service password reset. But back to the process. For those who don't know how the process looks like, it is straightforward. As I said, when the user cannot access the account, the user clicks, I cannot access my account. Then the user is asked for email. And of course, after small verification of the email, then the user can decide, I forgot my password, or I just locked my account and I don't, of course, I remember my password, but I want to unlock the account. And here is this crucial part for this process, because when we are checking out the security phone number, which is already in the system, and we are sending out the information to the user, back to the user, with SMS code, or we are Microsoft is just calling to the user, calling back to the user, trying to or asking for verification that the user who is really asking for changing the password is the one whose phone is in the security information in Azure Active Directory. And if it is, then of course the user can change password, and then the user can get back to his account or her account. If for those who likes shortcuts, I have a shortcut for you. You can initiate the same process which I have just described using the aka.ms/SSPR. Okay, but can users register the second factor of authentication by themselves? And answer is yes, they can if they have access to the system and they know their password. This is a keyword. Administrator can force users to collect the security information after the user log in with success. And here you have an example of the window, which some of you might have seen long time ago when you had to enter a security information to the system for the first time. It was your security phone number, or you just register Microsoft Authenticator app. And but wait, what if some users in the company don't know their password? Because until now, they didn't need it. Try to imagine, I'm working for a company who has a lot of shops, and the shop assistant doesn't need a password to log into his system, to the system, because they have a common accounts. So they don't use the personal accounts on daily basis. But try to imagine that in the company you are working for, just now, HR department is rolling out a new payroll system, and they want everybody or every user in the company to be able to log into the system using single sign-on and check their payslip, register their absence, or do some compliance training, and so on and so on. Okay, so now we have users from administration who are using daily their kind of a personal accounts for doing their work, and they know their passwords, so they easily can do the process of registration, their security information for self-service password reset. But we also have people who didn't even use their, or maybe if they didn't even know they have an email account or login name to the system. So how to address those group of people? And here is the scenario of our case. We don't want to use temporary passwords. This is too much workload for generating and handing over for service desk. Also, this exposes kind of a huge security issue, as you never know if the person on the other side of the line is the one who says it is. Also, we don't want the service desk to manually set up users' security phone numbers, because we don't want the information to be known or available in any ticketing system. We are trying to avoid the exposure of the security information or sensitive information as much as possible. Okay, so users should be able to set the password for themselves. Less workload, and if the user wants to access the payroll system in the future, they will do it anyway at their own pace. But we need to have their authentication phone in place. And for some users, we can fetch their private mobile phone number from the payroll system. You can say, yes, we can, but life is full of surprises. We might end up with the situation where we don't have all of the private numbers for all of the users working in our company in our HR system. So then we need to find out the solution for our scenario. Here are what is our solution. Of course, there might be many solutions for this scenario, but for this particular customer, we have chosen a simple one. And we will train, let's say, we will train managers how to reset their own password, so they know and they can share this experience with their employees. So far, so good. If the employee will not be able to reset the password, this is probably because there is no security phone information registered in Azure Active Directory. So then the manager, we will give the manager access to a SharePoint list where she or he can put this employee login name, like email address, and authentication phone number. Great. And the second part of the solution, the list should not be exposed to anyone else but the person who enters the data. Interesting. And we will establish a process of fetching the new phone number which has been entered to the list, and we will add this phone number to this person as an authentication phone in Azure AD. And for those who knows SharePoint lists a bit, it is not a mystery that you can limit an access to the items on the list only to the author of the item. So you don't need to create multiple lists. You can create a one list and give the access, specific access, and I will show you it later, how you can do this, only to the author of the item. It means that many users can work on the same list, and they will not see each other entries. Great. And the last bullet is something we like the most. We can automate something and avoid human errors. And for this purpose, we will use Azure Logic App, which is very similar to Power Automate. And you might ask why we have chosen Azure Logic App. Simple, because of the economic standpoint of view. It is cheaper because you don't need to buy Power Platform license. You need only to spend few Swiss franc. I have just counted it. For example, if you would like to know how much will it cost you, for the first 4,000 actions in the Logic app, you are not paying anything. This is for free. And if you spend, or if you just trigger 1,000 actions per day, and if you know Power Automate, so you know every execution or every action in Power Automate is one action. So if you, for example, run 1,000 standard connector executions per day monthly, you will pay not even 1 Swiss franc. I think it is cheap. So yeah, let's see how it looks. I think we are ready to see the demonstration. Let's jump to it. Of course, I will not build it with you because I have already built it, but I will show you how it works. So first of all, I have created a public team in Teams. Okay, public doesn't sound secure enough, but you will show later. You will see later, and I will show it to you how I make it secure. And I call this team security. And of course, this security team is a team where we can gather some information about security in our company. And I have created the list. Here it is called authentication phones. And you can see I have already some entries on the list. Okay. And maybe let's see how others can access the list and how others can see if there is something on the list. So I have 2 users. I have 1 user here and 1 user here. And you can see this is a user named Adele. Okay, hello Adele. Adele has already joined the team because this team is public, so she could find this team in her Teams. And when she entered the team, she was able to see, maybe I will make it bigger, she was able to see the SharePoint list. And you can see that she is able to see only 2 entries. 2 entries, which probably she already entered to this list. Okay, so let's see if how we see it from different perspective. Let's see another user in the same company. Let's meet Alex. Hello, Alex. And Alex hasn't found this security team yet, so he is going to join the team now. He's going to the general tab, and here is the list, authentication phones. And for our surprise, he doesn't see anything because he didn't enter yet anything as he. So as you see, the same list, which is public available for all the users in the organization, is pretty secured because people cannot see each other entries. How I made it, how I did secure it. For those who doesn't know how to make it, I will just make a short demonstration. Let's open the list in the SharePoint side, and I will show you a few tips. So in the settings of the list, I go to the setting of the list. In the advanced settings, I focused on those 2 things which are here: read access and create and edit access. And you can see those has been marked that read items that were created by the user. So the user can read their own items, not all. And in regards of create items and edit items that were created by the user. So the user can edit and create items on their own. Of course, there are more settings which I can recommend to you when you will be building such a list. So, for example, of course, attachments, you can disable the advanced attachments, you can disable the comments, but the important one is the search. From the security standpoint of view, you wouldn't like the items to be found using a search in the Office 365. So disable the search. And also, what else I have done? Probably not here, nothing else here. But if you go back to the settings, I have disabled the versioning. And maybe you can ask why. Because we will be hiding the information on the list later when we will process the information. So you can see, maybe already you can see on the list, I am hiding the phone numbers entered to the list. So maybe this phone number hasn't been hidden, but of course, when you see the response from the system, we are not exposing the user's phone number, which this is their security information. We are just exposing a kind of an indicator, which number it could be, so the user can recognize it or not. And of course, later I will show you how I made it. Okay, so actually, maybe let's jump to one of those users who just joined the team, and let's enter some phone number. Maybe I will enter this phone number, which will be probably not correct, but yeah. And then I will save it. Okay. And of course, we can wait until magic happens. And of course, we will not wait until magic happens. But I just wanted to show you that now I am working as Alex. And I have just entered a phone number for my employee. And if I switch to Adele, and if I refresh the page, here's the moment of truth. Adele cannot see the new entry in the list. And of course, if you switch to my account, which is an administrator account, if I refresh the page, I can see a new entry in the list. Great. I hope this so far is good. But okay, let's see how the magic happens and how we can actually use Azure Logic App to put this security information to Azure AD. Here it is. First of all, maybe I will just introduce you to the Logic Apps if you didn't have a chance to get familiar with it. When you are working Azure, of course, you need to have some funds established, or maybe a credit card connected to your subscription. So whenever you need to spend some money on the resources you are creating in Azure, your account will be just the money will be taken out from your account. So I have already did it. And now I can freely, of course, unless I reach the limit of my credit card, I can freely experiment with my Azure services. And one of the services which I can recommend to you is Logic Apps. And when you are creating a logic apps, it is very simple. You, of course, need to have a subscription. And if you are already using Azure, probably you already have an Azure subscription. Then you have to have a resource group. And I have already a resource group, which is called resource group _ demo. Resource group, you can say that it is some kind of a container where you can put a lot of different services from Azure. And then, of course, you need to choose the region. And for us, probably it will be Switzerland. Do we have Switzerland? Yes, we have. And then one thing you need to be careful about is if you are going to use a standard type, plan type, or if you are using a consumption. For the beginners, I would recommend a consumption plan, which is best for entry level. And then you are just paying only as much as your workflow runs. So you don't need to worry about, of course, you need to worry because if you will create a very bad designed flow in your Azure Logic App, then you might be in a trouble because then you can generate a lot of cost. But of course, this option is recommended by me at the beginning. Okay, I will not create a new Logic App. I have already created one. So let's jump into it and take a look how it looks like. So first of all, we can hide this on the left side. And first of all, you can see a few things. Of course, there are some information which you have already filled in at the beginning, but also here is the information about if your flows was running and some kind of a trigger history. The most interesting part when you are start experimenting with things is metrics, because this gives you some kind of an overview how many executions you already did. So you can see here I have already did 306 executions. So you remember 4,000 is for free, so I'm still safe and I'm not paying money for it. And then you can see the trigger history. You can see that some of the triggers has been skipped because probably nothing just happened. The trigger didn't trigger itself. And then in the run history, you can see that there are some runs with success and, of course, some failures. And like in Power Automate, maybe you are familiar with Power Automate, if you just open one of those, you can see immediately what it happened inside of the flow. So it is very similar to Power Automate. I will not describe the interface, but I will just describe the idea behind. So what our logic does, it triggers the action when new entry in the SharePoint site is entered. Then I'm taking the secret. Okay, what is the secret? Well, we will be using a Graph API to write down the security information to our user. So the Graph API requires some kind of a security key or certificate you can choose. So before I have registered my Graph API application and I have already generated the security key, I have put just enough access rights to this Graph API application. So I have already prepared something in advance. And of course, I will show you later after this demo the article which walk you through the process which I have did. So I will not focus on it right now. Then I am taking the REST API or preparing the REST API parameters, And you can see I have already hidden it, so it cannot be seen by the person who is checking out the flow. So maybe because it is not seen, maybe we will go to the edit mode, and then in the edit mode, it will be much better. In the edit mode, you can see that I'm taking the graph API Logic Apps security info from Azure Key Vault, another Azure service, very nice one. And then I'm preparing the parameters for REST API, which I will be using later for getting the information from Azure AD regarding the security, and for putting the information to the Azure AD for the particular user. So, and you can see that one of the parameters is secret, which is the value from the action before. And then what I do is I'm fetching information about the user. I'm taking the information from Azure AD about the user, and the information is like this. Here it is the most crucial part: authentication phone methods. And of course, you need to use a user email address or user principal name. This is correct. So this is how the Graph API calls the security information. And of course, you can see that I have used the parameters which I have prepared in this step before for this Graph API. Then I am taking the response and I am putting it into the parsed JSON action, and I'm checking if I have in return I have an empty array, or is there anything in the array? So if I have an empty array in return, then I'm safe to set the user authentication phone method. So what I do is, again, I'm doing a post action now, using exactly the same URI for Graph API, and I'm also passing some body parameters. And you can see that one of the parameters is a phone number, and the second parameter is a phone type, which is called mobile. And again, I'm using the same parameters as before to put to authenticate my Graph API call. And of course, of course, we might find ourselves in the situation where the user didn't put a correct phone number. So I am also trying to mitigate the situation. So in case I have or my Graph API call returned an error, then I'm just writing down the information back to the SharePoint side to the information returned by the system field. I'm returning the error code and the error message from the action before. But if everything goes okay, I am trying to anonymize the phone number. And you can see here, there's a, here is the function which I have used. I'm just simply slicing the phone number and replacing the middle part of the phone number. And then I'm putting back the information to the SharePoint list that the phone has been set with success. And of course, I'm putting this anonymized phone number back to the list. And what happens if I, in return of this first call, I am returning something? So probably the user has already a phone number registered. So in this situation, I go here to the, I'm trying to select the primary phone. So probably the user has already a primary mobile phone number registered. Then I'm doing again the same situation. I'm anonymizing the private mobile phone so I can return it to the SharePoint list with a little bit anonymized version. And I'm also informing the users on the list that there is a phone already registered for the user. And then I'm putting the phone number. And I have a kind of a status field where you can, of course, agree with yourself. If the status is 1, then it was success. If the status is 2, it was not success. The scenario can be built, or you can develop the scenario even more, but I have just reduced it to the minimum for the sake of the time of this presentation. And let's jump back to the list and refresh the list. Let's see if, you can see the last entry which has been entered has been processed by my Azure Logic App, and I have in return, I have get information that I have put invalid phone number, and the provided phone number is formatted properly, but it is invalid phone number. So it is actually the information which I'm getting from the Graph API call. So I'm not putting anything by hand here. It is just a error message and error information, which is get back to the user. So if the user has put a wrong number, so let's switch to the user who has just put this information. I will refresh it, refresh the list. Okay, let's see. Yes. So the user can put again this correct number this time, and I will just use this number. I will just save it, and then let's see what happens in the Logic App. Just a tip for you: if you would like to trigger the Logic App, you can do this running a trigger and click Run. And in the trigger history, you can click Refresh to see if it has been run and if it has been with success. Okay, maybe this is not readable for you, but if you switch to the run history and refresh, then you can see, okay, this has been run with success. Let's see what happens. So I have just received the information about this user. Okay, so the user is okay, and the phone number is probably okay. I will then get a secret for my Azure Logic App. Then I will prepare the REST API parameters, which I will be using later. Then I'm calling Graph API. And as you can see, in return of this Graph API call, I get an empty array. So this is an empty array. So of course, I'm passing this result, and I'm checking if this was empty array or not. If this was empty array, then I'm setting the user authentication form method. And then you can see there was some error probably here. So yes, it says the provided phone number is formatted properly, but this is invalid phone number. Oh no, again. Okay, probably I have again put a wrong number. So let's see what was the result. And probably it is right. Let's refresh it once again.
Perhaps in the meantime, a short remark. It's very interesting to see the analogy between Logic Apps and Power Automate, also in terms of run history and what type of information and metadata can you read there. And it's inevitable to make a comparison between the two worlds.
Okay, I think probably I will go to the list as administrator and see, yeah, this is again a wrong phone number. So you need to believe me. Maybe I can just put it once again and Now I will use my phone number, so you all know my phone number. And then we will trigger the Azure Logic App once again. I don't know how much time I have, but probably it will.
8 minutes over time, but we are the last session, so you can.
Oh my goodness, overtime.
Take your time.
I'm
no
sorry.
problem.
But I hope it is interesting for you.
Of course.
Okay, let's refresh it. Okay, it has been success. So I will go here and I will see if it has been. Again. So it returns again with the wrong formatted number. So you need to apologize. I don't know the numbers. Yeah, probably the numbers I'm putting. Oh, I just put a wrong number because my country of code is 48. But never mind. Okay, I will jump back to my slides. Just a quick summarize. So we have provisioned a safe place for users to enter authentication phone numbers. I hope it is safe. Whenever a new phone number is on the list, we use Azure Logic App to set the number of Azure AD in Azure AD. And of course, we return the number that is already registered if there is something. And there is more you can do. You can, for example, you can sanity check the phone number in advance. Like I didn't do it. I just let Graph API to do this for me. You can expect that users will be putting different characters between country code and phone number. And maybe you need to clean it up before you will call the Graph API. Also, you can incorporate a Power Filter agent for this process. And instead people putting information to the SharePoint list, you can have a graph, you can have a PVA, Power Filter agent or chatbot, asking the user for a employee email address and phone number, and the chat might check if the user actually is your employee. So if you are actually a manager of the user. I'm not doing it here, but in our scenario, we are doing it. In the production scenario, we are checking actually if the manager is actually a real manager of the user who is in the request. So there are many more, of course, options. And what I promised for you here is how to use Microsoft Graph in Azure Logic App. Very nice article made by Nicholas Prigent. So you can scan QR code. And this is the permission you need to have. And remember about just enough permission, because better not give more permissions than necessary. Better limit the permission you are using to the minimum, which is necessary to do the job. So if the account will be compromised, then you will not be exposing the whole company for problems. So this is the permission which you need to give to your Graph API application when you register it. Another tip for you, use Graph Explorer for testing. I don't know if you know, aka.ms/Graph Explorer, GE. And then here are the URLs which I'm using to test my calls to the Graph API. So as you can see, when you are trying to get the number, you don't need to put anybody. But if you are posting the parameters to the Graph API, then you need to put some kind of parameters to the body. And here's how it looks like. And the last tip for you, how to replace the middle of the number. Slice it. And if you slice it, you can replace the sliced part with the stars or with the hashes or whatever character is suitable for you.